Hello. 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 Hello.
Good afternoon once again. We are again apologizing for starting far behind the scheduled time. We highly welcome you all to this epoch-making event. We appreciate your presence. Thank you all for coming. This is not taken for granted in any little way. Once again, we say thank you and we welcome you all to this event, a momentous one to deliberate on issues and to address issues that borders on anti-open rearing and grazing law in Oyo State. Thank you all for being here. We appreciate you. Thank you for taking your time and thank you for the perseverance, for staying through up till now. This is in no way a little mayor and it's not in any way taken for granted. And to all our invited guests, all the esteemed dignitaries present here, we say thank you for coming. You are highly welcome. We appreciate you. Gradually, we will be recognizing everyone. There is no one here that is least important. We are all dignitaries. We are all special guests. We are all important. And on this note, I welcome you all. Thank you very much. We all know this is a program of the Oyo State Rule of Law Enforcement Authority. And Oyrlea is saddled with the responsibility of enforcing state laws and values, which we are here to examine one of the laws. That is the 2019 Anti-Open Rearing and Grazing Law. Thank you very much for coming. We welcome you all once again. Let us applaud ourselves as we are all here. Let us celebrate ourselves. Thank you. At least for being here since and still staying true. Let us applaud ourselves. Let us applaud ourselves. I bring warm greetings. I bring warm welcome from the esteemed chairperson of this authority. We will still recognize her officially and formally, but I'm greeting us all on our behalf in person of Honorable Justice Aderonke Aderemi, retired. Let us applaud her. Let us applaud her. We will still move on with the formal recognition. Thank you very much. Moving on, sir.
Ẹ ṣeun ṣeun lórúkọ ọ̀gá àgbà àjọ tí ó ń rí sí bí àwọn nǹkan tó jọmọ́ òfin bí a ó ṣe gbé lárugẹ tí a ó sì rí pé gbogbo ẹ̀ ni a ṣe dáadáa náà la kí gbogbo wa ìfẹsẹ̀múlẹ̀ àwọn òfin tó jẹ́ ti ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ mi ṣe mọ̀ pé ibikíbi tí òfin bá ti wà á jẹ́ pé àwọn èèyàn tó wà ń bẹ̀ wọ́n fẹ́ kí ohun gbogbo kó kún mú bí ìdodo ẹ̀fọn ni. Mo kí gbogbo wa káàbọ̀ lórúkọ màmá wa Honourable Justice Aderonke Adekemi Aderemi, retired. Àwọn ni ọ̀gá àgbà àjọ yìí. Láìpẹ́ láì jìnnà a ó máa fi wọ́n hàn gbogbo wa. Ṣùgbọ́n a ní kí a fiyèdénú torí pé ó yẹ ká ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ tá a ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ nísìnyí. Eré tá a kò lọ́nà náà ló jẹ́ apẹ́. Ọpẹ́yẹmí Ògúnníyì òun ló wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ tèmi báyìí. Níyì dáhùn sí lórúkọ tèmi. Láì dènà pẹnu gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ ọlọ́lá jùlọ Ṣèyí Mákindé wọ́n á darapọ̀ mọ́ wa láìpẹ́. Kí wọ́n tó wá darapọ̀ mọ́ wa a ní ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ ohun gbogbo ní kánmọ́kánmọ́. Tó bá dé akọrin ti ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ bákan náà lákọrin ti orílẹ̀-èdè wa Nàìjíríà. Mo kí gbogbo àwọn orí adé, mo kí gbogbo àwọn ọrùn ìlẹ̀kẹ̀ àwọn bàbá láti káàkiri gbogbo ìpínlẹ̀ wa. Mo kí gbogbo àwọn aṣáájú wa ní ìdí òṣèlú àti ní ìṣàkóso ní ilẹ̀ yìí. Bákan náà gbogbo àwọn ológun, all the law enforcement agents, we celebrate and greet you. Thank you very much for making it here and staying with us till now. So we'd like to take off immediately by recognizing some of the esteemed and eminent personalities that we have here seated. I'd like to recognize very specially from the Ministry of Justice, Honorable Justice Akombi, retired. Please celebrate him as soon as I just mentioned his name. Thank you. Okay, he's not yet here.
Moving on, we have her royalties here present. We have our royalties. We have the representative of the Olubadan of Ibadan land, His Royal Majesty, being represented by Chief Abiola Arulogun. Is a Balogun here present with us. I still saw him a few minutes ago as he left. The representative of Olubadan, His Imperial Majesty Oba Adewolu Ladoja. He's being represented here by Chief Abiola Arulogun. I think he has taken his exit. He told me he was going somewhere the other time. Let us applaud him because he has been here for over 3 hours. Let us applaud him even though he has left. We also have the Royal Majesty of Oba Samuel S.A. Adebola, Oba Samuel Adebola, the Ajobo Oluri one, the Eleruwa of Erua, being represented here as well by Chief Anyokule. Okay, a round of applause, a round of applause. Kábíyèsí o, kábíyèsí o, kábíyèsí o. We have His Royal Majesty as well, the Olu of Igbora, the Olu of Igbora, being represented here by I Chief Oladokun Sabana. I Chief Oladokun Sabana. Kábíyèsí o, kábíyèsí o. We also have the Baale Agba of Oyo State. The Baale Agba of Oyo State. Baale Agbe of Oyo State. Chief Jacob Ogundiran of Molewu. Sir, kindly stand up for recognition, sir. Ẹ bá mi pàtẹ́wọ́ fún, ẹ bá mi fi àtẹ́wọ́ dá wọn ní. Thank you very much, sir. We also have here the Secretary Baale in Council. The Secretary Baale in Council, Oyo State, Chief Abdullahi Kasali. Ẹ bá mi fi àtẹ́wọ́ gbé wọn lárugẹ. Ẹ ṣeun sà, ẹ kú àtàárọ̀, àmọ́ lóore o. We also have here His Royal Majesty Ọba Olaoye Johnson Akinloye. Ọba Olaoye Johnson Akinloye. Olaoye III, the Alamodu of Agwa-Amodu Shaki East Local Government. Àṣẹ kábíyèsí o. We also have here with us Ọba John Oyebamji Odedokun Ayinla III, the Oniwere of Iwere Ile, Iwajowa Local Government, Oyo State. Àṣẹ kábíyèsí o, kádépẹ́ lórí o. We also have here with us His Royal Majesty Ọba Sikiru Oyewole Oyelere. Ọba Sikiru Oyewole Oyelere, the Onífìdítì of Fìdítì land. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin lọ́balọ́ba kí yín o, àṣẹ kábíyèsí o, adúpẹ́ láti àárọ̀ tẹ́ ti wà pẹ̀lú wa. We also have with us His Royal Majesty Ọba Cornelius Abiola Taiwo, the Alawe of Awe. Ọba Cornelius Abiola Taiwo, the Alawe of Awe. Ẹ bá mi ṣe kábíyèsí fáwọn náà. Gbogbo wọn náà ti wà níbí láti àárọ̀. Wọ́n ti wà níbí pẹ̀lú wa láti àárọ̀. Moving on also, we have the Chairman Southwest Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá. The Chairman Southwest Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, Abubakar Muhammad Buba. Abubakar Muhammad Buba. Oh, thank you very much, sir. A round of applause for him. Ẹ bá mi fi àtẹ́wọ́ gbé wọn lárugẹ. A round of applause for him. Ẹ ṣé o, thank you very much for being here all through. Thank you very much. I would like at this juncture to recognize some government functionaries in our midst. We have the Honorable Commissioner for Agric here present with us. He has been here for quite a time. The Honorable Commissioner for Agric and Natural Resources, Honorable Olasukomi Olaleye, Esquire. Honorable Ola. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate your coming. And we also have here with us the Director, Hermased, Oyo State Mobilization Agency for Socio-Economic Development, in person of Dr. Moronkola Thomas. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you, sir. Moving on now, I can't but recognize the #1 civil servant in Oyo State. As she's just joining us right now, we are so honored to have her in our midst, because I don't want my salary to be delayed and I don't want to face the disciplinary committee. So I want to humbly recognize her. She is indeed an excellent woman, an in-depth administrator, the head of service, the #1 civil servant in Oyo State, and that is Mrs. Olubumioni, MNI. Let us celebrate her. Thank you for coming, ma. Thank you for coming, ma. Thank you for coming, ma. Thank you, ma. We appreciate you. Thank you for coming. And also, we have here with us our stakeholders, the stakeholders for today's summit. We have them here present. We can't but recognize them. We want to start with the Farmers and the Farmers Association. Wherever you are seated, we know you are seated in groups. We would like you to wave for recognition. We would like you to wave for recognition. Where are the Farmers Association being represented here? Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate you. Also, we have the Mieti Alak, the MAC band being represented here. Where are we? Let us wave our hands for recognition. Thank you very much for coming. A round of applause for them. A round of applause for them. A round of applause for them. We also have some relevant organizations here. The Nigerian Bar Association, are we here being represented? The Nigerian Bar Association. We will still mention the names of some dignitaries. Like I said earlier, we are all important. But we want to quickly recognize these groups before we move on. Do we have the Council of Elders here present? Let us applaud ourselves even in absentia. Thank you very much. Do we have the Igbo community here present, being represented? Do we have the Odua People's Congress? Yes, I have seen members of the Odua People's Congress. Let us stand up for it. Thank you very much. Let us stand up for it. Let us applaud them, please. Let us applaud them. Let us applaud them. Our religion leaders, both from the Muslim and the Christian angle, are we here represented? Let us clap for them. Let us applaud them also. Let us applaud them. The park management system. The park management system, probably they're still on their way. Thank you very much. Niyi, take over.
All right, thank you very much. We'd like to specially recognize our lords that are here present with us today. It's definitely a great occasion and a very beautiful season to all of you. We have the Honorable Justice T.M. Abdugani. He is the President of your State Customary Court of Appeal. My Lord, we celebrate you. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much, sir. Also from the Customary Court of Appeals, we have a number of justices here. Please permit me to duly recognize Honorable Justice M.A. Oyafajo. Please put your hands together for my Lord. Thank you for coming. We also have from the Customary Court of Appeal, Honorable Justice S.A. Oyediran. Please put your hands together for my Lord. Thank you. Please, we also have Honorable Justice A.O. Ojekunle. Please celebrate my Lord. Thank you.
Let us applaud them, please.
Thank you very much. We have from the High Court of Justice here with us today, Honorable Justice O.T. Ademola Salami. Please celebrate my Lord. Thank you very much for making it. And we have here with us Honorable Justice Akobi, retired. He is the former president of Osun State Customary Court of Appeal. Thank you very much for making it. Please celebrate my Lord. Please put your hands together. Thank you very much for making it. I also have here the representative of Aseyin of Iseyin, Oba Sefiu Olawale Oyebola, the Adeyeri III, Ajiro Tutu the First. We have in our midst Prince Adeoti Isiaka. Please celebrate him. Thank you. Thank you, Prince, for making it here.
Moving on, from the Jaye Farm Settlement, we have the chairman, Mr. David Olatunji. Baba, stand up for record. Thank you, sir. A round of applause for him. A round of applause for him. And also, from the Okra Forest Reserve, we have Engineer F. Adebayo Olakpade. Engineer F. Adebayo Olakpade. Let us applaud him. And also from the Mark Band, we have Alhaji Ibrahim Jiji, the chairman of the Miesi Allah Cattle Breeders Association, Mark Band. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for coming. Thank you, sir. And also, we have the Ado to the Fulani of Oyo State. When we say Ado, we are talking about the king. The king to the Fulanis in Oyo State. Or is it Ado? Ado. Okay. And that is Alhaji Yakubu Bello. Let us applaud him, please. A round of applause for him. A round of applause for him. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have the representative of the Serikin Hausawa of Ibadan land here, Alhaji Tahiru Zunero. Please, thank you, Alhaji. God bless you. Real good. Permit me to quickly represent here with us the executive assistants to His Excellency, the Governor of Oyo State on the rule of law enforcement. And that's CP Shonubi Ayodele retired.
A round of applause for the boss.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. We also have here representing the Commissioner of Police of your state, my brother ACP David Apapa. Please celebrate him very much. Thank you. He's been here since about 9 or thereabout, and for staying till now, we celebrate you. We have the chairman. We have the chairman of your state environmental task force in the house, and that's DCP Francis Ojomo retired. Please put your hands together for DCP. Thank you very much. Also, we have in the house the Deputy Superintendent of the Nigeria Correctional Service, OC Legal Nigeria Correctional Service of your state command, ably representing the controller of the Nigeria Correctional Service of your state command, CC Oshogun Olusegun Cornelius, Mr. Oni George Esquire. Please celebrate Mr. Oni George. Thank you very much.
Also, we would like to recognize our host for the day. Oh, I think His Excellency is around, so she has just stepped up. She has just stepped out to go and receive His Excellency. All other government officials are on their way out as well. But we have His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of your state, here present with us. They have gone to receive him, but even as all government officials have stepped out to go and welcome him, let's keep welcoming him. Let's keep giving them a round of applause. Let's give them a round of applause. We will still recognize them by the time they are in.
As we expect the Executive Governor of your state, His Excellency Governor Abiodun Seyi Makinde, GSM like the way we call him, today's auspicious occasion, let me say that this program is being consulted and facilitated by the BUC Regal Digital Solutions. And I'd like to appreciate my sister Bukola Adegboye George, who is the training consultant for the Oyo State Rule of Law and Enforcement Authority.
Moving on, we would like to recognize the presence of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Justice, Bumi Are. She has been here with us all the while. We want to specially recognize her. Kindly stand up for recognition, ma'am. Probably she has gone out as well to receive His Excellency. Thank you very much.
All right, so Mr. DJ will have some soft music. As soon as His Excellency comes into the hall, We'll all rise to receive him, and then we're going to the national anthem, the state anthem, and thereabout we're going to the rest of the program of the day. Thank you very much. My name is Nii Dancing one more time, and here is
And hi, I'm Okpeyemi Oguni. Thank you.
The media would like you to give us some of the clips from the Oyo State Rule of Law Enforcement Authority, so that we can feel relaxed with that as we receive His Excellency into this hall. Some of those media clips and reels that you have. Thank you.
Your Excellency, you're welcome, sir. We are honored to have you in our midst. We welcome you, Your Excellency. Thank you for coming, sir.
This is to announce the arrival of His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Oyo State, Chief Adebayo Adeleke Lawal Esquire. Please put your hands together for His Excellency. Thank you. You're welcome.
Let us have the clips of activities, the past activities of the Oyo State Rule of Law Enforcement Authorities. The media team, please let us have that being reeled on our screens. Thank you very much. While the Attorney General went out to receive the Deputy Governor, we also want to recognize him. The Attorney General and Honorable Chief and the Commissioner for Justice in Oyo State, in person of Abiodun Aikomo. We welcome you, sir. Thank you for coming. And we welcome all our stakeholders. Everybody here is important, like I said earlier. We thank you all for staying through for the hours of thank you so much for putting this together. Thank you all. We thank you. We appreciate you. What we have here is one of the enforcement exercise that took place at Okpara Farm Settlements. As we know that we have up to 6-7 farm settlements in the state. This is a farm settlement that the authority had to take over to go there and sleep over because the journey had to begin at dawn. The journey had to begin at dawn. So they went out very early in the morning, around 3 a.m. until daybreak before they could get to the farm settlements. And what we are seeing here are the activities that took place at Okpara Farm Settlement.
Lasting about 7 hours, stop and fro at the East Local Government area on Wednesday, 22nd October 2025. On arrival at the front settlement, thousands the same was apprehended as earlier stated in the petition by the complainants. Through an
Matu àgbẹ̀ kí n dáko kókó mi bẹ ní.
Gba lọ ti débi.
Ó ju ọdún mọ́kànlá lọ.
task force, the Oyo State Police Command, and the Amotekun Corps.
So wherever we do, just in fact, we are on
Head Patrol Ernst Baggy, down to Old Iferus, to challenge
were majorly during the exercise. Other areas the team will include Bodija, Mokola, Academy Market area, In the process, tricycles and motorbikes illegally parked were impounded, and some vehicles were towed by the Hotma officials. Those who engaged in indiscriminate roadside trading and occupation on road reserve, walkways and setbacks, with display and sale of vehicles, among others, were sternly warned. Goods and wares were seized on the first and second day of the exercise, which can be reclaimed after prosecution of violators through fine options. Gate, some shop owners and occupants trading at the market were given ultimatum to clean up the flooded drainage and filthy surroundings, hence to be dealt with by the law. However, some offenders apprehended during the enforcement exercise were taken to tribunal for prosecution at the state secretariat, having been charged with obstruction of justice and assault on officials. The evacuation of destitutes on the roads was carried out on the third day, an exercise that began from Civic Idiakbe to Iwo Road, Airport Gbagi Road, Gate, NTA Road, Mokola, Sango, and Ojo. Evacuees, 334 in number, were taken to the resettlement center at Akinyele. Provision for food and water was made for the newly brought in destitutes, as well as those that readily resided therein. The evacuation from the streets back to the camp was a clean-up exercise carried out by the Oyo State Rule of Law Enforcement Authority, Oyrlea, in line with its mandate to ensure a cleaner environment. Speaking on the clean-up exercise, the chairperson of Oyrlea, Justice Aderonke Adekemi Aderemi, retired, said that the authority was simply carrying out its mandate as stipulated by the law through an operation tagged Clean Up Ibadan. She said,
"We've been carrying out our mandate as stated in our own law. We've gone out with this group of people. You know, I always say something anytime I have the opportunity to speak, that Oyo State Rule of Law Enforcement Authority cannot carry out her mandate on her own. She has to do it in collaboration with some other agencies."
Opeyemi Oguniyi, reporting for the Oyo State Rule of Law Enforcement Authority. Oyo government sternly wants law sensitize PMS members. In portions of His Excellency Governor Seyi Makinde's order to deal with arbitraries in the state and an unceasingly intense clamor for a healthy society devoid of contraventions, deviance, encroachment, and vice wrong, the Oyo State Rule of Law Enforcement Authority, Oyrlea, headed by the chairperson, Honorable Justice Aderonke Aderemi, retired, alongside the Oyo State Road Management Agency, OITMA Chairman, Dejo Adekoya Adeshagba, retired, the Nigerian Drug and Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, and the Nigerian Bar Association, NBA, Oyo chapter, on Tuesday held a sensitization and awareness talk with the Oyo State Park Management System, PMS, on the need to be law-abiding and comply with the existing laws in the state on traffic regulations, drug abuse, environmental and sanitation laws, and other related regulations. Speaking at a stakeholders forum organized by the Oyo State Rule of Law Enforcement Authority, Oyrlea in Ibadan, retired Honorable Justice Aderoke Aderemi, chairperson of Oyrlea, launched the call for cooperation from the park management system in the state, noting that ignorance is not an excuse in law and that sensitization is key to attracting local and foreign investments by maintaining law and order. Justice Aderemi announced that traffic and environmental offenders would henceforth be tried instantly in mobile courts.
On your state, we're going to have the mobile courts all around, the tribunals all around. Once you commit an offense, you'll be attended to diligently, immediately. So if there will be no delay.
Stressing the need for compliance with enacted laws, she highlighted the role of Oyrlea, established by a bill signed into law by Governor Seyi Makinde in April 2024, in ensuring adherence to traffic, environmental and sanitation, anti-open grazing, and other related regulations. In a related development, the Oyo State Road Transport Management Agency, OTMA, has reported the arrest of 1,079 motorists for various traffic offences across the 33 local government areas within the past 1 month. The OTMA chairman, Major Adekoya Adeshagba, retired, disclosed that traffic violations such as one-way driving and ignoring traffic lights and personnel assault cases were among the common offences recorded.
19 persons la mú tí wọ́n gba one way. Gbogbo àwọn tí a mú ní oṣù tó kọjá wọ́n jẹ́ 1,079 persons la mú fún different offences.
He added that the month also witnessed 7 fatalities, including a nursing mother at the Iwo Road Ojo stretch of the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, saying that one-way traffic offenders are killers. To curb these violations, Adekoya announced stricter penalties, including a fine of 100,000 naira, and failure to pay leads to the seizure of vehicles for 3 months before auction for one-way driving offences.
100,000 fine. Tí o bá ti san 100,000 yẹn lẹ́yìn oṣù mẹ́ta, a ní agbára láti ta mọ́tò ẹ̀ fún ẹni tó a máa ń ṣàìní.
He emphasized that OTMA will no longer tolerate lawlessness and that there must be order on our roads. In a similar charge, the NBA chairman of Oyo State chapter, Alhaji Ibrahim Lawal, emphasized the enforcement procedures, adding that a society devoid of law is not a healthy one, as laws are made for humans. He also offered the assistance of the association to get justice on pro bono for the low class. The NDLEA Assistant Commander of Narcotics, Ashiru Estitilope, warned against the inherent dangers on the use of the psychoactive substances and narcotics, as well as the resultant effects and the threats it poses to lives. She added that life imprisonment is a penalty for drug traffickers.
Narcotics drugs ni àwọn drug tó jẹ́ wípé òfin ò fara mọ́ lílò rẹ̀ rárá. Àwọn bíi igbó, cocaine, heroin. Ṣé wá rí àwọn psychoactive drug yìí? Òfin fara mọ́ ṣùgbọ́n ó wà under control. Àwọn ìlànà pè ní legally controlled drugs.
In his address, the PMS chairman, Ambassador Tomiwa Omolewa, declared it a criminal offence for commercial tricyclists and motorcyclists to operate on expressways, urging OTMA to arrest and prosecute violators.
Ṣé fún àwọn ọmọ ìṣàṣà máa ń wá tẹ bá bí ní express yẹn mú ó ní máa ń wá express tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá bẹ̀rù ẹ̀mí ara yín ẹ̀ bẹ̀rù àwọn tẹ́ kó sínú yes ọlọ́kadà express tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá bẹ̀rù ẹ̀mí ara yín ẹ̀ bẹ̀rù àwọn tẹ́ kó sórí ọ̀kadà express.
He pledged the cooperation and allegiance of the PMS to abide and safeguard the laws of the state. The forum aimed to foster collaboration among agencies and promote awareness of the newly enforced rules for safer and more organized road usage for a sustainable development in Oyo State. The sensitization and awareness forum took place during the monthly stakeholders meeting of the PMS representatives and drivers in all the interstate local government areas. Caption T-shirts and caps against indiscriminate acts were distributed to the PMS interstate representatives at the venue. Opeyemi Oguniyi, reporting from the Oyo State Ministry of Information and Orientation.
Oh, two. Hello. Hello, two.
Manager at Fatai Olapade Farms Limited, Mr. Ibrahim Olamilekan Toki, narrates your drill-in encounter as a result of herders' invasion of their farm.
Planted yam of about 10,000 leaves, and everything has been destroyed. Weeds.
Oh, hello, two.
Hello. I'm glad to announce the arrival of the Executive Governor of your state, His Excellency Governor Seyi Makinde. Please rise to make welcome the governor as he makes his way to his seat. And the moment he gets to his seat, we'll honor our nation, Nigeria, and of course our state, and we'll proceed with today's event. Please locate your seats. The national anthem.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
Or your state anthem. Please take your seats. It's a pleasure to welcome you all to this one-day Rule of Law Stakeholder Summit to address incessant killings, maimings, and destruction of farmland and settlements in your state. Today, Monday, 22nd December 2025. Your Excellencies, please permit me to do quick recognition, and right after which we'll proceed to take some portions that have been highlighted in today's program. Please, one more time with a round of applause, make welcome our chief host here today, Vice Chairman, Nigerian Governors Forum, and Executive Governor for your state. If your hands are not busy, please appreciate with a round of applause His Excellency Governor Seyi Makinde, FNSC, DSC, GSSRS. Thank you for providing leadership in our peace-setter state, sir. Seated very close to the governor is our Deputy Governor, His Excellency Barrister Abdurrahim Adebayo Lawal. A round of applause for him too, please. Your Excellency, we have judges, plenty judges, both serving and retired here today. However, I want to start by recognizing the President, Customary Court of Appeal, Honorable Justice T.M. Abdul Ganiyu here. We have a number of judges. Honorable Justice M.A. Oyafajo is also here. Honorable Justice S.A. Oyediran is also here. Honorable Justice A.O. Ojekunle is also here. From the High Court, Honorable Justice O.T. Ademola, we appreciate you, Your Lordship. And from Osun State, we have the Osun State Customary Court of Appeal, former President, Honorable Justice Akombi, retired. Thank you so much. Your Excellency, I would like to specially recognize a former Speaker of the Oyo State House of Assembly, Distinguished Senator Monsurat Somono. You're welcome. The Head of Services here, Mrs. Olubumi Oni, MNI. To recognize, I'd like to use the Senior Executive Assistant, General Duties to the Governor, Chief Mekai Bayolawa, to recognize all aides to the Governor. You're most welcome. Your Excellency, we have honorable commissioners who are already here seated. We have the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture, Barrister Olasunkanmi Olaleye. The Attorney General, Honorable Commissioner for Justice, Barrister Abiodun Aikomo. Honorable Commissioner for Women Affairs, Honorable Tony Balogun. These are the commissioners that I have their names beside me. I'd like to specially recognize our host here today. For those who are wondering why we have this many judges here, now you will know. The host, Chairperson of your State Rule of Law Enforcement Authority, Honorable Justice Aderonke Adereme, retired. Thank you, ma'am. Your Lordship, we appreciate you. People working with the authority, we have the Special Advisor, Homeland Security, ACG Adegoke, retired. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. The Executive Advisor, Rule of Law Enforcement to the Governor, CP Ayodele Shonubi, retired. Thank you, sir. They gave you a name, or should I mention it? People, okay, His Excellency will not permit me, but when the time comes, we'll proceed with that. Your Excellency, also working with the chairperson, we have the Commandant Amotekun, Kole Olayinka Olayanju, retired, the DG Operation Bust, Chairman and DM Oitma, we appreciate you all. Thank you so much. Our royal fathers, we appreciate you, sir. I understand they've done recognition, but then if time permits, in due course, we also do further recognition. However, for want of time, as approved, we'll go straight to the opening remarks, which will be delivered by the chairperson or your State Rule of Law Enforcement Authority. Please, with a round of applause, make welcome Honorable Justice A.A. Adereme, retired.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Oyo State, Engineer Seyi Makinde, and His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Oyo State, Chief Bayo Lawal, Esquire. And I stand on the already established protocol. I recognize my own constituency before I continue. That is the judiciary. I would always recognize all the judges. I recognize the President of the Customary Court of Appeal, and thereafter, I stand on the existing, already established protocol. So I go straight because His Excellency found time out of no time to be here today. So I read my opening remark immediately. Your Excellencies, there's no better time than now to thank Your Excellency, Engineer Seyi Makinde, FNSE, DSE, GSSRS, the Executive Governor of Oyo State, the pace-setter state, for your great insight in setting up this authority. This singular effort bears additional credence to your futuristic and scientific approach to solving evolving human challenges. The creation of Oyrlea is a testament to your dedication to public safety, environmental sustainability, and economic progress. Your Excellency, we deeply appreciate your passion for ensuring a well-structured and law-abiding society, and thank you for providing the necessary framework that makes our work possible. Your continuous support and leadership have significantly contributed to the efficiency of Oyrlea, and your guidance and encouragement inspires us to maintain excellence in the discharge of our duties. May the good Lord continue to bless you with abundant wisdom. A special thanks, I beg your pardon, thank you, or a special thank you goes to the members of the board of Oyrlea, the Honorable Commissioner for Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources, the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture and Rural Development, the Honorable Commissioner for Public Works and Transport, the Chairman of your State Road Traffic Management Authority, and the Executive Advisor to His Excellency on Rule of Law Enforcement for their dedication and collaboration in ensuring the success of this initiative idea. Your commitment to sustaining law enforcement practices that improve public safety and compliance is truly appreciated. We are also honored by the presence of our invited guests, subject matter experts, and facilitators who have come to share their invaluable insight with us. Your contribution are vital to the success of this program, as your expertise and dedication will be instrumental in equipping our officers with the tools they need to succeed. Thank you for honoring our call. The thematic preoccupation of this one-day summit, navigating the Oyo State anti-open rearing and grazing law, ensuring adherence and advancing sustainable livestock management, evolves from a background that we are all familiar with, especially with the incessant and disturbing news of farmers and herders clashes across the country, and particularly in our own dearly beloved state, Oyo State. If the lives and security of our people and the product of their labor do not justify positive and sustainable intervention, what else should? The evolution of mankind from Homo habilis to Homo erectus and Homo sapien captures the transformative stages of our species as a two-legged entity who could walk around upright, use their hands, and use their brains. In the course of this trajectory, the dynamic nature of man came to the fore. He discovered iron. With this, life became more bearable as humans now had the opportunity to fashion weapons with which they could hunt and kill animals, farm and tend gardens, ignite fire, and also carve our territories for themselves. As society developed further, people were organized into villages, towns, and countries. Various cultures developed and civilization began to manifest. Nothing has been static since then. That is why, where and how they lived then is completely different from where and how we live now. This will also be significantly different from where and how generations after us live, irrespective of how greatly we think of the best of the options we have made for ourselves today. That is the reality of the ever constant transformative that culture and nature are going through. We also hope to be able to meet up with such natural order of evolution in our agricultural space. The agricultural policy we are pursuing in Oyo State aims to modernize and sustainably manage the sector, focusing on increased productivity, job creation, income enhancement, and food security. The challenges we are contending with have to do with herders' unbridled carelessness and criminal encroachment on farmlands, with the accompanying devastation of plants, maiming and killing of farmers. This is indefensible. It cannot be allowed to continue. We need to provide an atmosphere that breeds responsible production and consumption of agricultural products. Herders who hope to make profit from the sale of their cattle should not think they can graze same cattle freely on the products of other agricultural workers. The act must be curtailed. In many countries of the world, ranching is the order of the day, but in Nigeria, herders prefer moving around and in the process inspire avoidable conflicts. The consensus in society as large is that itinerant herders have been actively involved in criminal activities. The belief is that it is easy for them because they do not reside permanently in any known place, as whenever a crime is committed, they would walk away without any repercussion. We have received series of petitions from our farm settlements and our neighbors alluding to this. For these issues to be resolved amicably, we would require the collaboration of our security agencies, traditional rulers, and notable individuals. At Oyrlea, that is Oyo State Rule of Law Enforcement Authority, it is our belief that contrary to the opinion of a large subset of the general public, which we have received several petitions on, that some members of our security agencies, traditional leaders, and important individuals are involved in colluding with the herders. We are of the opinion that the citizenry of this great state of ours all have the best interest of the state at heart. The Oyo State Anti-Open Rearing and Grazing Law 2019, number 17, is already in operation, and it has spelled out the responsibilities of all stakeholders. Ignorance of this law would not vitiate any offense or offenses committed by anyone. The strategy of running to Abuja to lodge reports with the police when cases are reported against herders who are already undergoing trial in court, having jurisdiction over the cases, will amount to contempt of court. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may we note that until recent times, our history as a people has never recorded so much disruption in the tested natural order of mutual and peaceful coexistence between groups of food farmers and animal herders. In this part of the country, especially for those who grow up on farmlands and villages, there is usually a separate area not too far from farm settlements, which is a settlement of Fulani migrants known as Ga Fulani, a place where a known group from another land with a different culture and language has been allotted to stay and do its business. When conflicts occurred, as it is bound to be between any two living entities like human beings, the system has a homegrown mechanism that resolves cases amicably. We came into contact freely with this group, among others, on various market days, and did beautiful business with them over time. Some of their children sometimes speaking nuanced and properly accented Yoruba that could shock a visiting indigene. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have a past to look back to. We have a present to guide us. We have a future to prepare for. We are not in a quandary. No, not at all. We are at liberty to create a model that suits our climate and time. We can improve on our age-long traditional cultural model, or we could adopt or adapt the European agricultural model if we so choose to. What we cannot and must not do is to refuse the dynamism of nature, because, take it or leave it, culture is evolving faster than agriculture. In conclusion, Your Excellencies, I would like to thank His Excellency once again for his thoughtfulness in constituting the Oyo State Rule of Law Enforcement Authority against all odds. I also commend all our invited guests for deeming it fit to be here today. Your advice and encouragement today will no doubt add value to our operation, as nobody knows it all. Together, we can enhance the quality of life, not only for our farmers, but to all and sundry in Oyo State. Thank you all, and God bless you.
Thank you, Your Lordship. I think she deserves another round of applause. Chairperson, Oyo State Rule of Law Enforcement Authority, Honorable Justice A.A. Aderemi, retired. Your Excellencies, we have members of the Oyo State House of Assembly here present. The Chairman, House Committee on Security, Honorable Maba Jerazak, is here. The Chairman, House Committee on Agriculture, Honorable Jedokun Peter, is also here. Chairman, House Committee on Women Affairs, Honorable Comforter Olufunke Olajide, is here. And of course, just joining us, Honorable Cephas Rahman or Lauren Porto. We appreciate you all. Without further ado, it's time to hear from the Governor. And so with a round of applause, please make welcome to the microphone the Executive Governor for your state, His Excellency, Governor Seyi Makinde, for his remarks.
Well, I have to stand on the already established protocol, because I have to leave almost immediately. If you look at the program, I was supposed to speak after listening to the stakeholders. I think we have it under item 7, but I ask that I be permitted to speak, declare this stakeholders engagement open, and then the stakeholders can go ahead, have your discussion. I'm just here to make a promise to you that whatever decision you come up with, as an administration, we have the political will to implement. You're very vital and pivotal to what we're doing. And then he said there are a lot of judges here. When we're talking about rule of law, who else do you want to be here? Shama PMS, Loveki, Ashe, rule of law. Yes. It's the judiciary, and I want to more ofin. Let me reassure our brothers that are headers and pastoralists. You don't have anything to be afraid of in Oyo State. The state belongs to all of us, and we're trying to solve a problem. I kept telling people, yes, we play games when it comes to politics. And game arawan is or politics. And Tolomba, so pé abori ona ni Ọlọ́run sọ pé abori. I tried to contest 2007, Molule náà ni. 2011, the same thing. 2015, the same thing. But 2019, Ọlọ́run gbàdúrà àti tèmi náà. So, we're not going to say, look, because game la play, David Olonti gbàdúrà wa, governance, serious business ni. Because like I mentioned, governance only affects destinies of multitude of people. In fact, an entire generation. If we have people that followed me to Kenya, we're meeting with the cabinet secretary to the government, to the Kenyan government. That's the number 3 citizen in government in that country. And in his office, we were looking at the TV, and we're looking at listening to the news. And there was a conflict in Israel. Israeli, Palestinian, Gaza, blah, blah, blah. And he said to me that, Ọlọ́run ló máa yọ wá ní Kenya. I said, what happened? He said, they will have been the ones in the situation of Palestinians because it was the British people. They were going to resettle the Israelis. And the first land they got was in Kenya. They were going to resettle them in Kenya. He went to their parliament, British parliament, and he was defeated by only 1 vote. That was how they moved, resettling them in Kenya to Ibiti Awati, Palestinians who are lady. So, that is how destinies can be turned by governance decision. I think it must have been last week. If I see that either article or that thread again, I will send it around. Somebody went to space and spent 150-something days in space. And he said from space, looking down to the heart, is just one continent. Kò sí border kò sí immigration, all of those things. No. From outer space, this is just one delicate planet that we're all sharing. Okay, this is Africa, this is Europe, this is this thing. From outer space, you're just looking at one planet that we're all sharing. So talk less of in Nigeria. And for me personally, when I was going around campaigning for election 2018-2019, I got to Oyrlea local government, Olokoto to be precise. And then I was telling people that, look, if you vote for me, I will scrap LCDAs because considering the constitution, in the constitution, Nigeria is 774 local government areas in Nigeria. That is what we have in our constitution. Yes. But some people created LCDAs. They created it in Lagos when they had influence in some states in the southwest. They encouraged them to create LCDAs. But today, they are the same champion of local government autonomy. Our local government should receive their salaries, should receive their allocations directly from the federal government. So LCDAs that they created when they were in government in Lagos, was that the intention? That is game. They are gaming us. That is what it means. If some years back, you are in the forefront of fiscal federalism and say states should have the responsibility to create as many local government or local government development areas as they wish, according to their need. But today, you're the champion of local government autonomy. Is that not a game? Well, in Oyo State, we don't play games. If we have a problem, we want to solve it. So when I got to Olokoto, I told them, if you like, don't vote for me. But if you vote for me, I will scrap LCDA. Then they came forward and said, look, these are past generation of Fulani people. Some of them, they don't know where they came from. This is like the third generation. And that LCDA they created for them, that is the only LCDA that from the chairman to councillors, everything, they are Fulani people. That was the reason I changed my mind that if we're voted into office, we will not scrap LCDA. And we did not. We solved the problem by saying, look, you have the main council, you have the LCDAs, Justice Aderemi, I fought with her when I came in. Ask her. Because at the High Court, she treated the case about the local government election that was conducted before I came in. And the only reason I said, look, I cannot work with these people was because they held elections into constitutionally recognized local government areas and LCDAs. And I said, no, you cannot have election into LCDAs. In Iwajowa local government, the LCDA had some words from, I believe, Kajola, some from Iwajowa. I said, how do I treat that? And then we fought. She was living behind the fence, you know, behind my fence. So I called her. I said, my Lord, Aja lórí eléyìí, but ìjà yẹn ò wà personal. And when it was time for her to go to go in as the president of Customary Court of Appeal, I signed it without even blinking. So ẹni tí mo bá ń bá jà lénìí kọ́ wá pé ìjà yẹn is not skin deep, but a lè jà for a long time. But ìjà ti èmi àti Justice Aderemi kò pẹ́ rárá at all. After her stint as president as Customary Court of Appeal, and it was time for us to have the Oyo State Rule of Law Enforcement Authority. Because my engagement with her also demonstrated that she has the interest of this state at heart. She was looking for stability. I was looking for any way that I can use to get rid of the people that were there at that time. They left an opening for me, and I exploited it. But if there's no opening, I will have worked with them. Because since then, we've had 2 local government elections. So 4 years or 8 years or Ajo Tononi. So those people saying, okay, 4 years, maybe you are in position 4 plus 4. Okay, now, Oku, 1.5 years, less than even 1.5 years. Salomi is only 4 plus 4. Which 4? As low 4, I do low 2. So, at the day 4 plus 2.5. So, half the Kaloku. But government will come and go, our state will remain, our country will remain. So whatever decision that we have to take, it is to solve the problem that we have. Yes, you cannot say that, oh, Fulani people, farmers and elders, they cannot operate in this environment. It belongs to all of us. In as much as Oyo State is part of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, we're together in this. If there are challenges, like there will always be challenges, let us solve it. What I would say to headers is that please, let us follow the law. Let us follow any law that you have operating in Oyo State. And I always say to people that for me, I left this Ibadan October 7th of October 1990 with only a bag, 1 trouser, and maybe 2 shirts and few books. That's all I left with. I left Ibadan with to go and do my national service. I came back a rich man. Mo tún mú obìnrin wá láti bẹ̀. They didn't tell me you're not from this environment. They gave me the opportunity. It's their land, it's their oil. But in as much as they are part of Nigeria, I claimed to them that I also have the opportunity, you know, to go after my own economic advancement. So also is here in Oyo State. There's enough to go around. There's enough for us, to work together on, to create wealth and opportunities for our people. But I did not go there and start involving myself in criminalities and criminal activities. I went there, I contributed to the environment. I also built a business out there that even generated investment for Nigeria. I'll give you a straight example. ExxonMobil approached me. They came to me in Houston and said, look, we're doing some work in your environment. They were building the Chad-Cameroon pipeline project. And so we're looking for engineers from Nigeria because they couldn't get engineers from the US or from all over the place without heavy insurance on them to come to this zone. So I said, okay, I'll send you engineers. I sent 2 engineers to the US to understudy what they were doing, work with Honeywell. And they said to me that we won't pay for your engineers until they become productive on the project. I said, fine. Let them come. What you said is fair enough. Train them. If they become productive, then start paying us. So I visited them 3 months later. And the project leader said to me that, please give us invoices from the day they left Nigeria because they became productive from day one on the project. So they started paying us. There were Nigerian engineers in the US. Any foreign exchange for, well, Nigeria and me also as the managing director of the company. About the politics in Bonasi. So, the headers, issue of ranching, of ensuring that Nigeria is on the global map as a beef exporting country. Those are the things that can earn foreign exchange for us. And as an administration, we have been supporting, efforts to vaccinate the cattle, to do all of these things and then support you. So, please, if we have these issues, put your heads together here. Prefer solutions, prefer the path forward for us. And I give you the assurance that we will implement whatever it is that you've agreed that will lead us to a win-win situation. We didn't bring ourselves here. If you ask me to tell God where I should be created, I would have said, please create me in Canada. Well, he didn't ask me. God did not ask me. I just, I woke up, I found myself, that is it. God did not ask any of us. He created us here. But he gave us certain things. He gave us talents. He gave us intellect. He also gave us opportunities. How do we want to use those things? What are we going to say to God when we return to Him? Because I believe we will all give account of what we've done with whatever God has given to us. So please, you can say, well, okay, God gave me the intellect. He created me somewhere. I came in here. I was part of the people that ensured that they didn't have a solution to farmers and herders' problem in Oyo State. Or you can say, well, yes, against popular position, I was part of the people that ensured that we resolve for good the issue of herders and farmers in Oyo State. And if we're able to, I can give you the assurance that this will be a model for the entire country if it brings peace, prosperity for our people, and harmonious relationship between everyone. And even if we have certain provisions in this anti-grazing law that you feel we need to change it, because I'll say to people, we're not the most brilliant. If we have such clauses, please bring it out. The State Assembly people are here. They will revise it and make sure it's consistent with our current situation. They are here. And I will sign it once they come up with that position. So that is what I'll leave you with. I wish you well. Merry Christmas and happy and rewarding year 2026 ahead of us. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Excellency. We'd like to have brief pictures here in front. So to join His Excellency, Chairperson, Deputy Governor, members of the Cabinet who are here, please join His Excellency. The Head of Service, honorable members of the Oyo State House of Assembly, please join His Excellency. Do we have Mark Ban, some of the stakeholders, royal fathers? Distinguished Senator Monsignor Sumono, please. Farmers, please. Representatives of farming groups. Your Excellency, Mark Ban, they're also here.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to appreciate His Excellency, the Governor of Oyo State, especially at this season. However, we are proceeding with the program. So those of us that are seeing the governor off will return back here. In the meantime, we say happy birthday, Your Excellency. Just in a few days' time, we celebrate you. Ẹjọ́, àṣẹbẹ̀rẹ̀ ètò ni o. Gómìnà wọ́n ti bá wa ṣíde ètò. Wọ́n sì sọ pé ká tẹ̀síwájú pẹ̀lú àwọn ètò wa gbogbo. Gẹ́gẹ́ bá a ṣe mọ̀ pé òní jẹ́ ọjọ́ pàtàkì, a sì ní àwọn nǹkan kan tí a ṣe fẹ́ bára wa sọ. The governor rightly said that the communique will be sent to him, and there's a political will to ensure that all that is done. Please, all the farmers, all the herders, Macban, please take your seat. We are still going to send your words to the governor. As he has said, the program has just started. Gbogbo ohun tí a bá fi ẹnu kò lé lórí àwọn nǹkan tá a bá sọ gẹ́gẹ́ bá a ṣe mọ̀ pé kì í ṣe pàkàn wá lásán, a fẹ́ wá foríkorí. Àwọn bàbá wa kábíyèsí, wọ́n introduce His Imperial Majesty kábíyèsí Olúbàdàn of Ìbàdàn lẹ́ẹ̀kan. Wọ́n sọ pé ẹni tí ó ṣojú wọn wọ́n yẹ̀ bá díẹ̀. Bàbá ti padà sáàrin wa o. Mo kì í káàbọ̀ kábíyèsí sà. Ìyẹn High Chief Ọládòkun, the Chief Abiola Arúlógún Gbọ̀ǹkà Balógun of Ìbàdàn. Kábíyèsí, you're welcome, sir. Ẹ ṣeun, mo rí tí ẹnìkan pàtẹ́wọ́ ń bẹ. Ẹ ṣeun, ẹ bá mi pàtẹ́wọ́ fún orí adé lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí. Ẹ ṣeun. Thank you very much. So we'd like to proceed with the program. We had to interrupt the program a bit so that His Excellency can address us. We have keynote addresses, and thereafter we're going to go into 2 sessions with our resource persons, and thereafter the stakeholders will make few remarks. Farmers from different zones, herders from different groups, the OPC, and then the Royal Fathers. May I crave your indulgence while we expect the chairperson of the Oyo State Rule of Law Enforcement Authority, Honorable Justice Aderonke Adekemi Aderemi, retired, back in the house, so that we can just continue the program. We're going to have a keynote address by the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture and Rural Development. And thereafter, we'll go into the highlight of Oyo State Anti-Open Rearing and Grazing Law 2019. We're going to dissect that. And the people to dissect our resource persons are still here with us. But I can assure you that we're going to speed up everything so that we don't stay here till late or too later than we expected. Please, you may wish to take your seats. The communique team, I believe that work has started. And then we can take our flight on. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture and Rural Development in the house, and he's going to be giving us his keynote address right away. Please make welcome Honorable Olasukomi Olaleye Esquire. Please celebrate the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture and Rural Development, Honorable Olasukomi. Please make it thunderous, make it thunderous, make it thunderous. I think every issue that has to do with farming, herders, food, security, and all the rest rests on his shoulders. So this man is carrying a lot of burden. Please appreciate and put your hands together for Honorable Commissioner. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. The distinguished members of your state House of Assembly here present, all my Lord Justices who are present here, recognizing the President of the Customary Court of Appeal and all the Justices who are here, I recognize them. The traditional rulers, our fathers who are here, distinguished guests, dedicated farmers, herders, and good people of Oyo State. Ladies and gentlemen, my job is to speak on modern ways of sustainable livestock management to sustain the current peace we have in Oyo State. So I will speak about what are those things we are doing in Oyo State that I believe is continue to sustain the peace, and what are the other things that we need to do in line with modern livestock management. So it is with deep sense of responsibility and commitment that I stand before you today to address a matter of paramount importance to our collective peace, prosperity, and food security. The agricultural sector is the bedrock of our state economy, providing sustenance, livelihood, and significant contribution to our gross domestic product. Within this vital sector, livestock management plays a crucial role. However, for far too long, the traditional practice of open grazing has been a source of escalating tensions, conflicts, and devastating losses for both our hardworking farmers and our dedicated herders. It is vital to address these challenges, to foster peaceful coexistence, and to pave the way for a modern, efficient, and sustainable livestock industry. For this reason, our visionary governor, His Excellency Engineer Seyi Makinde, signed into law the Oyo State Anti-Open Rearing and Grazing Law of 2019. This law is not merely a piece of legislation. It is a collective commitment to strengthen security and advance agricultural progress in our states. Understanding the law. Let us all be clear about the intent and provision of this crucial law. The law that fundamentally prohibits open grazing of livestock across our states. It mandates a shift from the traditional free-range grazing to a more organized and regulated system, primarily through ranching and other modern livestock management practices. To appreciate the transformative potential of modern way of sustainable livestock management, it is important to have an idea where we currently stand compared to international benchmark. For example, daily milk yield is a key indicator of dairy productivity. Our local breeds and cross breeds hardly exceed 3 liters and 15 liter daily milk yield respectively, while up to 25 liters have been reported in Brazil and Kenya, and 38 liters in Denmark. Now, the Ministry of Agriculture, under the leadership of Governor Seyi Makinde, is actively pursuing initiative to support modern ways of sustainable livestock management. And I will run you through what we are doing and what we also intend to do to ensure that we sustain livestock management in a way to promote peace, harmonious relationship, and also to promote economic growth and development in Oyo State. Promoting modern ranching practices, developing feed resources, promoting integrated crop livestock system, the one we call mixed farming, improving breed and animal health, capacity building and training, leveraging technology, building agribusiness industrial hub, and participating in a World Bank project called ADHENRENCE. So I'm pleased to speak today on proactive steps being taken by your State Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development through modern ways of sustainable livestock management to address the challenges of open grazing while strengthening support system for farmers and livestock producers across the states. Promoting modern ranching practices. Ranching practices involve intensive system of production with improved housing, feeding, and often with crossbred or exotic animals. This system is still emerging in Oyo State, as most cattle production still rely on traditional pastoral and semi-intensive systems. One of the key initiatives of the ministry is the encouragement and development of private ranches across this Oyo State. Through technical guidance, land facilitation, and infrastructure support, encouraging uptake of ranching has been recorded across Oyo State. By creating an enabling environment for private sector participation, the government is supporting livestock owners to transition from open grazing to controlled ranching system that improve animal productivity, reduce conflicts, and promote safety and order within our communities. So as of today, we have at least 60 private ranches across Oyo State that are receiving support from the Ministry of Agriculture. Developing feed resources. Pasture serve as a primary economical and sustainable feed resources for ruminant animals, such as cattle, sheep, and goats. The state government is proposing commercial pasture hub in the existing state grazing reserves. We currently have about 5,400 hectares of grazing reserve at Igongon in Barakwa North Local Government. And at Wasimi in Iwajowa, we have about 8,040 hectares of farmland. These pasture hubs, now I'm not talking about open grazing field. I'm talking about building a pasture hubs where commercial growing of pastures that will develop into feeds for cattle. Just the way poultry farmers are buying feeds. Cattle farmers can proceed to commercial producers of pastures also, and they can be buying instead of people moving cattle around. So the pasture hub will be developed to ensure year-round availability of quality fodder for livestock, thereby reducing the need for animal movement and enhancing feed security within the state. In recognizing pasture production as a viable agribusiness, the government has facilitated the formation of pasture grower association, enabling farmers to collectively produce pasture for commercial purposes, improve market access, and enhance income generation. Furthermore, the ministry has established a pasture production demonstration farm at Oyrlea in Oyo State, which serves as a practical learning center where farmers and stakeholders can observe, learn, and adopt improved pasture production techniques suited to local conditions. And also, the state is subsidizing land plowing under tractorization program, which gives 50% subsidy to farmers. When I came here in the morning, I was happy to see the chairman of Pasture Growers Association, who told me that they are planning to establish the pasture farms across the 33 local governments in Oyo State. So, and we also have a farm already now where you can learn how to grow pasture, so that instead of moving cattle all over the place, you can go out, you can establish your own, or you buy to feed your cattle. Integrated crop livestock system is what we call mixed farming. This farming system maximizes byproduct utilization from each of the production of crops and livestock. Crop residues feed the livestock, while manure fertilizes the crops. The synergy boosts resource efficiency and minimize waste. Through our livestock advisory services, farmers are continually being encouraged to adopt this farming system or identify neighboring farms they can amicably form this synergy with. Improving breed and animal health. Livestock breed improvement is crucial for increased productivity and profitability in livestock production through rapid growth, improved yields, and enhanced disease resistance in farm animals. It is achieved through methods like selection of best animals and also breeding systems such as crossbreeding to achieve desirable traits. The means to achieve this is usually by incorporating advanced techniques such as artificial insemination, embryo transfer, in vitro fertilization, the one we call IVF. The ministry as in collaboration with Freeland Capina and under the Sustainable Action for Economic Recovery project, trained over 50 livestock officers in the Ministry of Agriculture on artificial insemination in some livestock species. So interested farmers across the states are already enjoying this service from our trained personnel to improve local breeds for improved productivity in milk yield and improved growth in beef cattle. Proactive measures have also been taken to protect livestock health through comprehensive vaccination. His Excellency spoke about the free vaccination we'll be giving to farmers across Oyo State. Over 95,000 cattle have been vaccinated against anthrax and contagious bovine pneumonia, the CBPP, while nothing less than 250,000 sheep and goats have been vaccinated against PPR disease. These interventions significantly reduce livestock mortality, protect farmers' investment, and enhance overall productivity of the livestock sector. My brother, Honorable Mobaje, can take advantage of our artificial insemination system. So you have new breed of cattle that can produce more milk, 25 liters daily for you. Capacity building and training. So further strengthening this transition to the ranching system, the ministry has provided targeted support to farmers and livestock stakeholders. These include training programs on pasture establishment, management, and conservation, equipping farmers with technical knowledge required to produce and preserve quality pastures and fodder. Over 1,900 farmers and others were trained in the last 2 years on pasture production and conservation under SAVER program and in collaboration with WANCO, Freeland Capina. In addition, the ministry has strengthened livestock extension services, ensuring that farmers receive continuous guidance on best practices in animal husbandry, pasture development, animal health, and modern livestock management techniques. Now, this one, leveraging on technology, is where we are going now to support farmers. These involve the use of digital biological innovations to enhance livestock productivity. Examples are the use of wearable sensors, such as ear tags, collars to track animal movements, or collect real-time data on animal physiological states. It also involves automated systems of livestock management, such as feeding, milking, waste management, etc. Animal tagging to enhance traceability throughout supply chain is also a form of leveraging technology. Technology application in livestock will certainly improve production and reduce the menace of cattle rustling or other form of steps. Through data collection and farmers registration, genuine herdsmen can be identified. Ownership of cattle can be traced, and dispute on theft and grazing damage can easily be resolved. The importance of tagging animal has always been stressed to farmers as a form of identity for farm records, in addition to curbing theft. So data collection on livestock-related ventures is a continuous exercise in the ministry. We've been lucky through different intervention programs in the last 2 years. We've taken records of other settlements, private ranches, and we can give you statistics of people we consider herders or cattle breeders as of today. In other sectors of the livestock management, the Ministry of Agriculture has developed and implemented comprehensive regulation and guidelines in the state. For the first time, the ministry last year introduced what we call poultry processing regulation. You just don't start producing poultry, chickens and poultry meat for us. We've created the regulation on standard, on hygiene, on safety, and commercialization of that aspect. We have also introduced regulation in archery, then regulation in livestock trading and dealership is undergoing processing, and we send that to the Ministry of Ministry of Justice. The regulation ensures standardization, food safety, and professionalism within the livestock sector. I spoke about agribusiness industrial hubs. Former farm settlements such as Fashola and Irua are being upgraded into modern agribusiness industrial hubs. And these hubs support mechanized livestock ranching, processing facility, and integrated farming system. Also, the World Bank assisted LPREP project focuses on improving livestock productivity, commercialization, and resilience. It also supports infrastructure development and creates enabling environment for private sector development. So in summary, modern ways of sustainable livestock management seek to produce animal foods efficiently, ethically, and with minimal environmental impact while supporting farmers' livelihood and animal welfare. I want to use this opportunity to acknowledge the chairperson of Rule of Law Enforcement Agency, Oyrlea Justice Adoremi Adenike, and the entire board of Oyrlea, and the entire team, including the head of the task force. We acknowledge and appreciate your good work in making anti-grazing law efficient and effective across our state. Thank you, ma'am. To our traditional rulers and community leaders, your wisdom, influence, and leadership are invaluable in fostering understanding, promoting adherence to the law, and mediating conflict at grassroots level. We implore you to continue to play your vital role in ensuring peace and order in your domains. To all citizens of Oyo State, this is our shared responsibility. Let us all be vigilant, abide by the law, and contribute to peaceful and prosperous Oyo State, where agriculture thrives and all citizens can live in harmony. The journey towards sustainable livestock management, anchored by effective implementation of the anti-open grazing law, is a collective one. With your cooperation, understanding, and commitment, we can build a future where our farmlands are secured, our livestock industry is modernized, and peace reigns supreme across the length and breadth of our state. In conclusion, the Oyo State Ministry of Agriculture remains committed to promoting sustainable alternative to open grazing while providing practical support to farmers. This initiative are geared towards achieving peaceful coexistence, food security, job creation, and sustainable agricultural development in our state. The government will continue to work closely with farmers, pastoralists, private investors, and development partners to ensure that agriculture remains a key driver of economic growth and social stability in our state. I thank you, and God bless all.
Very rich remarks by the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture and Rural Development, Honorable Olasunkanmi Olale. Please give him another round of applause. Nǹkan tí wọ́n sọ ní ṣókí lédè Yorùbá ni pé ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ láti gòkè àgbà a mọ̀ dájú wípé a ní láti gbé iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ lárugẹ lọ sí ibi tó ga. Wọ́n sì ti ṣe ìlérí pé fún àwọn àgbẹ̀ ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ ṣetán láti mú dá wa lójú àti láti ṣe ohun gbogbo tí iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ yóò fi gòkè sí. Bákan náà ní ti àwọn tí ó jẹ́ pé iṣẹ́ darandaran ni wọ́n yàn láàyò pé ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ ṣetán láti ṣe ní àgbájọwọ́ la fi sọ̀yà àti wípé ju bí èrè àti àwọn ìlànà tí wọ́n ń gbà nísìnyí wọ́n fi dára wa lójú wípé a sì tún lè ṣe dáadáa jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ àti pé ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ ṣetán láti ràn wá lọ́wọ́. Thank you very much. Because of the time that we have, and we'd like to implore our speakers to, with due respect, honor, and apology, we know that we have to compress everything. I would also like to implore that we also listen with rapt attention. So we're going to the meat of the program, which has to do with the Anti-Open Rearing and Grazing Law 2019, which is the nucleus of why we are here. And we're going to be taking the highlights by our resource persons. Our first speaker is none other but Professor Babatunde Oni, SAN. He's going to be looking at navigating the Oyo State Anti-Open Rearing and Grazing Law, ensuring adherence and advancing sustainable livestock management. Thank you for affording us. Please put your hands together for Professor Babatunde Oni. Ẹ pàtẹ́wọ́ fún wọn dáadáa. Ohun tí mo ti gbọ́ ni pé ó yẹ káwọn kan ti travel báyìí. Ẹ pàtẹ́wọ́ láti yẹ wọ́n sí ẹ ṣeun.
I will try. I think I have my slides there. Thank you.
Well, let me also stand on the system protocol already established. I want to recognize my Lord, the President of the Customary Court of Appeal, here present, Honorable Justice Ganiu. Thank you for coming. Thank you. And then my Lord, other judges that are here, I also recognize you. And also, House of Assembly members that are here, I also recognize you. And then, just like I said, and the chairperson of Oyo State Rule of Law Enforcement Authority, Honorable Justice Adherem, also recognize you. And lastly, all members of House of Assembly, ladies and gentlemen. Well, my topic, I think I give them slides, I'm trying to be brief, is on grazing laws. Grazing laws, building sustainable peace between farmers and herders. I remember growing up, when we go to farm in those days, these elders will come to where we are farming, and they'll stand by watching us farming, and they will request for water to drink. And usually what we normally call them, they will ask you, Ore, do you have water to give me? And I will give them water. And then next time they were coming back, they will rather come with bushmeat for you, or probably they also bring water for you. That has been the relationship. It was called there. There was nothing like insecurity. That was how we met it when we were growing up. Now, the problem later, there's also what we call Ruga. That Ruga in the north, you also have people like, you also have a Ruga officer also established in such a way that it monitors every activities of herders, and they will not really go down. What has really caused this conflict? All this conflict started after the colonial people come to Nigeria, because they destabilize and mortgage, lease land for purpose of your ranching. Now, let me come to Oyo State. Section 14(2)(b) of our Constitution, Federal Republic of Nigeria Constitution, provides that the security and welfare of the citizens shall be the primary purpose of government. It follows, therefore, that the responsibility of government to protect its citizens, which is key. Oyo State government, through its efforts to ensure peaceful coexistence among farmers and herders in the states, as through Section 3 of the Oyo State Rule of Law Enforcement Authority 2024, created an agency which is now saddled with the responsibility of enforcing the regulation. Part of that regulation is what we are called Open Rearing and Grazing Regulation Law 2019. Objective as stated, to prevent all these clashes and to also ensure that people are actually compensated. Just like I said, compensation here is very good. I've seen the effort of the committee, how cows have been arrested when we are watching the clips. But the enforceability of that law is the key. And just like I said, it's a problem that needs to be addressed. How do you enforce it? I saw some police with you. There are areas that up to now, there are classes between herders and farmers, and yet nothing's going on. In my community, when I go home, I see herders. This law says there's a prohibition of a minor from following cattle. I want to take you to Okeogun tomorrow. You see some of these small Fulani boys crossing the titi. Crossing the road, and you must wait until they are ready. So there's a lot to do about the enforceability of this law. The minor is, because probably we should also say that one of the things to stem and stop this problem is probably to establish school for them. Because they don't go to school. The only thing they know that their parents taught them is to also evolve in grazing system. So I must commend the Oyo State government, but there more to be done, because implementation of this law is still a mirage in certain part of Oyo State, which I believe that if you look inward, we should strengthen our enforcement mechanism better than what we have now. Now, let me also talk about the roles of people to solve the problem. I believe that the stakeholders should be more involved than the law itself. If they are more involved, a lot of problems will be solved. I know that is why you brought the traditional rulers. Fantastic. That's why we also brought the Farmer and Herders Association. They should be involved. I see the composition of, under the law, we have a composition of board. And I expected that that board should be expanded to include some of these associations. That's one of my suggestions. It should be Now, beyond that, we should also look beyond the conflict. Let me recommend my recommendation, enforcement of law. I said that. Let me recommend my recommendation, enforcement of law. I said that. The enacted anti-open graze law must be strictly enforced without any modicum of bias. Bias in the sense that I've seen cow moving around in Ibadan. I'm not sure whether they are part of the one that the commission or the committee has seized. Well, because the one I'm seeing here are those ones in the villages like Okeogun. I've seen where in Bodija here, driving home, they will have to cross the road and you have to stand. So it should be, the enforcement should be strict, and then without any modicum of bias. The law should also be more proactive in approach, and then than revenue generation. I know that your state government really is not really interested in revenue generation as such, but we should be more proactive. Give fine to people seizing their, having their cows seized is a good way to curtail them. But when you have a large number of these cows that have encroached on somebody else's farm, how many of them do you want to seize? Because I've seen where a whole farm was actually bombarded, and the whole crops there. So how many of these cows do you really want to see? So we should look at the enforceability of this law. Number 2, adoption of arbitration and increased engagement of traditional rulers and stakeholders in the conflict. Arbitration is key, more than the enforcement of this law. I know somebody's talking about it. Arbitration, yes, is local arbitration, not ADR like mediation. I don't want to talk about the second paper. We're talking about arbitration in terms of local arbitration, which was the one was in existence to cause some of this conflict. I know that Section 24, Section 29 of that law actually provided for similar mechanism. So this could actually help. And then to also achieve effective management and enforcement of this law, I will also suggest that this office, the Office of Law Enforcement, especially when it comes to this issue of open grazing, should be decentralized. Each zone must have its own, there must be zonal offices whereby they can actually coordinate the activities of the conflict. So stay in Ibadan. I know, I'm not sure whether there are branches in Okyogun. Stay in Ibadan. Oh, you have branches? I'm always my recommendation that it should be decentralized. There should be zone whereby you can coordinate the activity. Because I'm not sure, when they say there's a conflict in Kishi, there's a conflict in Nigbeti, and then suddenly you just now start going in your vehicle to go and arrest them. That would be practically impossible. I think you should have, the law should provide for zonal offices so that enforcement can be really effective. Another one, adoption of new design and layout of livestock rearing and ranching. I've listened to Commissioner. This is fantastic, and we must commend your state government for the effort so far. If there's a, ranching system that's working, that would be very good. And then another thing about ranching is about the fact that you can only establish ranching if in your private land, if your cow are no more than 20. I believe, am I right? I think that's what the law says. Yes, I read the law. If I have a land and I want to go into ranching in my private land, the cow must not be more than 20. I don't think that is really good law. We should look at it. If I have my good land, I can do it in my land, subject to the fact that I'm not encouraging on somebody else's law. I think that should be looked into. I can't remember the particular section, but there's a particular section under that law that said that in case you want to embark on ranching, private one, without going to the government, your cow must not be more than 20. Number 4 is about strengthening integrated land administration system. Strengthening of integrated land administration system. I know that governments have accessibility to land. That's what I'm saying. Government should make land accessible to citizens. I don't know what's going on now with the encroachment and modernization of realtor developing almost everywhere in Nigeria now. I always ask myself, where will people be farming? From Moniya to Isheyin, there are many estate developers. And you see everywhere, estate this, estate that, estate that. And the question I used to ask myself, where are these people going to farm? Almost everywhere. Just travel from Moniya to Isheyin. All of them have been occupied by realtors who have been in houses. So this land administration should be more strengthened, and then it should be then. Number 5, state security be reinforced. Yes, I know that in doing this, I think state security should be enforced, and then there's no law that says that police are, state police should not be really supported in case the law is passed. Because I know that Amotekons are there, and they are really doing good work, but there are limitations because of arms and proliferation of arms that are already in Nigeria. Number 6 is what I call public awareness. I must commend the chairperson. This is exactly what we're saying. This is public awareness. I must commend you, man. It's very good because people are now aware. Majority of people are not aware of the fact that there's prohibition of open grazing. Many of them are not aware. I'm sure when you ask some of these villagers what is ranching, they don't know. But this kind of awareness should go, and people across will be aware through this public awareness and education. Sensitization should be conducted by government through necessary ministry. Number, establishment of special court. This came to me because I know in Lagos State, You have special court for domestic and sexual offenses and several courts. I think the law should look at that area, whereby to fast track speedy dispensation of justice. Our courts are originally congested. Our courts are actually congested. Let's look at facilities where we can actually empower tribunals, or probably create tribunals under that law to really look into that aspect of the law. Then another one is political will, strengthening political will and leadership commitment. The problem is not about the law, just like I said, it's about our political will. Whether the government is ready, but I heard from His Excellency about the willingness of the state to support the committee. Lastly, strengthening governance beyond legislation. One other thing I know about the fact that law should go beyond legislation. The laws there, laws are actually implemented consistently and fairly, but the government should provide necessary financial backing and good budget for this committee. Having said this, let me also appreciate the committee, the board, for inviting me for this meeting, and I believe I've contributed my little quota. Because of my time, I'll stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Please, I believe it deserves another round of applause for making it quite smart delivery, and it was so much on point, very, very sharp. And we're also going to take another cue from that as I invite for the alternative dispute resolution as a catalyst for resolving farmer herders conflict in your state, Dr. Emmanuel Chinaka. Please put your hands together for Dr. Emmanuel. I hope I got the pronunciation of the name. All right.
Thank you, I'm grateful. Good evening, everyone. Let me stand on the existing protocol that has been laid down by Professor Oni, who coincidentally has spoken about a few things that I'm supposed to speak about. I would have you know that Professor Oni Leonard Silk was my external examiner at my PhD oral defense. So it is wonderful to have him, and I can tell you he's a great intellectual. So please let's appreciate Prof. and the Leonard Silk. Thank you very much once again, and I am glad to be here, especially because this topic and this discussion is one that is very important for us to chart a way forward as a people, Nigeria globally or generally, and then as Oyo State. The topic for my discussion this evening is alternative dispute resolution as a catalyst for resolving farmers' herders conflict in Oyo State. But like I mentioned, Prof had talked about a few things which I would not want to go into because of the limited time we are struggling with. But the essence of our discussion this evening is to help us understand how ADR, which is the abbreviation for alternative dispute resolution, can be used as a peaceful means to ensure sustainable agriculture in Oyo State. Farmers' herders conflict has socio-economic impact, okay, and not just in Oyo State, but generally around Nigeria, and it goes beyond mere land disputes. It goes beyond that, and it extends to the intersection of economic survival, environmental pressure. And you bear witness to the fact that it is a compendium of different concepts. You have disputes, you have conflict resolution, you have ADR, which is a sub of conflict resolution, but we don't have all the time to go into all those because even the Leonard Silk talked about a few of those things. But I want to remind us this evening that it is impossible for us to exist without conflict. True or false? You all know that. Conflict is what's the word now? Inevitable, thank you very much, because we are social beings. We are rational human beings. So at one point in time or the other, we will definitely offend the other person. But you see, the existence of conflict is not the problem. Are we together? The challenge is how this conflict is resolved. Okay, because if conflict is not properly managed, it gets into something violent and we have crisis all over. Now, I wouldn't want to talk about the key elements of conflict because of time and the types of conflict. Of course, we know we have the intrapersonal conflict, interpersonal conflicts, group conflict, and the likes. But let's focus on dispute resolution, which is what is fundamental to us this evening. Okay, dispute resolution would include all those processes put together to help us resolve our conflicts. And I have classified dispute resolution into two approaches. One is the conventional or the traditional approach, which we know as litigation. That is the one you usually hear when they say go to court. That is that approach. The second approach is then the alternative or the unconventional approach, which is alternative dispute resolution. So what then is alternative dispute resolution? Is the compendium or all that, put together mechanisms through which our challenges, our acrimonies, our disputes or conflicts can be resolved without going to the court or without having our resolution in the four walls of the court. Prof also mentioned, in a way, the nature of farmers-herders conflict when he talked about, farmers and herders who have crisis over scarce resources, over land use incompatibility. So I will not dwell much on that. Prof also talked about the causes of conflicts. I must say that Prof has made my work easier this evening for me because he mentioned a few things I would have taken time to speak about. But let me talk about the escalating factors, because what we have seen is that some of these conflicts that also, come up in Oyo State are just what I want to call minor issues. But because they were not handled properly and they were not handled in time, this conflict escalated. And certainly there are escalating factors, such as delay in intervention, such as lack of neutral dialogue platforms. We all will bear witness to the fact that if you called me to a panel where I know the arbiter or the adjudicator is your friend, I would not be convinced that I will get justice, right? So, when we don't have a neutral platform for dispute resolution, it creates a problem, and this is one of the escalating, factors. Certainly, there are effects of farmer-herders conflicts. I think when we watched the video clip earlier, when the report was given, I don't remember, but the interviewee was saying something about how he had spent money to cultivate his land, maize, and a couple of things, and he had lost some of those things. Why? Because of the constant movement of the cattle. Now, the point is that farmers-herders conflicts result in reduction in output, whether we want to believe it or not. That is the reality. Okay? In the same vein, it also results in, reduction of income that would have been generated or gotten from such, farm produce. And even much recently, we are now aware of the fact that farmers-herders conflict is a threat on not just our properties, but on what? Our lives. And these days, you cannot really sleep and have your two eyes closed. You have to just be somehow alert because of the risk factors. This conflict also affects our health. There are health challenges, whether we believe it or not. There are also educational challenges. For those of us who have been following the news, you recall, I think sometime last month or late October, somewhere in the north, one of the governors, I don't recall vividly now, but there was should I call it an order for some of the schools to be shut down because of the insecurity. These are some of the, some of the things we are talking about. These are effects of this conflict. But now the question is, I am of the opinion that litigation is not the best approach, with due respect to the courts and those of us who are members of that constituency. And I'll tell you why litigation is not the best approach. One, there's a popular saying in law that delay does what? Defeats justice. True or false? Now, you see that in our courts, oftentimes, we have lengthy court processes. And I recall as an undergraduate in the university, I was made aware of a case that had spanned through a period of 10 years. And there are even, there are cases that have stayed even much more than that. And you can imagine, if I had sued someone for, compensation of 1 million, fast forward 10 years later, you have lost the value of that money. Okay, so lengthy court processes which results in delayed justice is a problem. And we also know that litigation has a way of being very expensive. That is another reason why litigation is not the best approach. There's a Yoruba saying, I don't know how to say it in Yoruba, so I'll say it in English, but the elders would know better. It says that two brothers cannot go to court and come back as brothers. It will never happen. I recall sometime in 2017, I was having my externship as a lawyer in equity. I was called to the bar in 2017. So by next year, by God's grace, I'll be 10 years at the bar. But I recall that, it was before Justice Candy Johnson, and there were a set of two couples who had come to the courts on divorce matters. That was my first time. When your lecturers teach you, you would hear. But it's one thing to hear, another thing to see. So I saw it live and direct. I saw how these couples were tearing themselves apart in court. And some of us who were young people were like, if this is what marriage is like, we don't want to go into it. But, eventually that mindset went away. But I'm saying they had been married. There was one of a man who was in his 70s who came to divorce his wife, and they had a whole lot to say. So you can imagine that what the situation will be for farmers and herders who went to the court to resolve their disputes. Moreover, we are still all brothers. We are still all one from one particular source. So there is no way we'll come back being peaceful, because the agenda for you going to the courts is so that I can win and so that you can lose. So there is no way you're going to have peace when you eventually come back. And not be too sure of the extent of the knowledge that the judiciary or the judge or the justices have with regards to that subject matter. Hence, they may not be the best persons at that moment to do what? Adjudicate over that dispute. Okay? So, hence the need for us to look for an alternative, another approach to resolve our disputes, our farmers, herders conflict, and this ushers in the concept of alternative dispute resolution. ADR has quite a number of mechanisms that make it up, but I would just want to speak about 4 quickly. One is negotiation, which is a situation where the disputing parties come together to say, you're my brother, and I'm sorry I offended you, or you're sorry I will not do this again. That is it. The next one is conciliation. Oftentimes people mistake conciliation and mediation. But you see, in conciliation, which is still a situation where, the parties come together with a third party to resolve the disputes. But you see, in the case of conciliation, the neutral third party, always called neutral, the neutral third party is more active in ensuring that these persons adopt a particular template he or she had recommended to resolve the dispute. But you see, in mediation, the neutral third party is not as active as in the case of conciliation, but the neutral third party has an agenda, which is to ensure that the parties resolve their disputes. And then we go to arbitration. Of course, the parties will come together to look for who would serve as their arbiter and all that. So you see, all of them are almost rotating or moving around the same subject matter, which is the fact that parties come together, we stay outside of the court setting. So, for instance, we can stay here and resolve our disputes. Whether we decide to discuss together or to bring in a third party to resolve the disputes, whichever we want, it is fine. But the point is that our dispute must be resolved, and resolved as brothers, resolved as friends, resolved as kingsmen, and not as people who want to fight each other and destroy each other. Prof said something about local arbitration, which we call customary arbitration. And why arbitration, not arbitration now, why ADR is important in farmers, herders conflict is because with ADR, and in this case now, with arbitration, members of the association or representatives, key stakeholders, can be a part of the tribunal or the panel to resolve the dispute. Another thing is that our customs, our norms, our traditions are also considered in a bid to resolve disputes. So You see, ADR as an alternative to litigation comes with a whole lot of benefits, and some of which I would just want to run through quickly because of time. One is that resolution is quick, fast, speedy resolution of our disputes. The second one is that there is flexibility and control. It is not like the courts where you go and the structure is already in place. With alternative dispute resolution, the parties are in charge, so to say. The parties are in charge. Another point is that there is cost efficiency. So you may not spend as much as you would have spent in litigation. The parties can decide to be funny. But the point is that there is cost efficiency in ADR. There is also privacy and confidentiality. So you would not have to go to the court where the ladies and gentlemen of the press are there covering everything. We can have a closed door session where we, expose our dirty linens in the closed door, meeting, and then we resolve our disputes. One of the very striking feature or advantage of ADR is the fact that it allows us remain friends, remain brothers, even after our dispute has been resolved. And like I mentioned earlier, it provides an opportunity also for specialized experts to be a part of the resolution, process. Why is ADR suited for farmers' headers conflicts? I give you a couple of reasons. One is because our legal framework recognizes it. As lawyers, for instance, we know that the rules of professional conduct, which you call the RPC, says that, hey, before you go to litigation, consider what? ADR as a means to resolve disputes. Okay, in addition to that, our constitution, as amended, 1999 constitution, also recognizes the use of ADR as a dispute resolution, approach. The second point is that ADR is culturally responsive. Okay, it is culturally responsive, and it has what we call, in the course of preparing for this presentation, I had to go back and search my Bible. I'm a Christian. And I realized that many years ago, Abraham and Lot had a problem because they had become so prosperous that their cattle and their livestock were beginning to conflict with each other, as also with their servants. And Abraham called Lot and said, Lot, you are my nephew. Let us not fight over all these things. And that was negotiation, and they resolved their disputes. Also in Quran, I'm made to understand that the Quran, mentioned that we are brothers and we should treat each other as brothers. And I'm sure also for those who believe in, African traditional religion, also have a system where they encourage peaceful resolution of their disputes. The third point here is the fact that, we have mentioned this over and over again, that ADR guarantees relationship preservation amongst all things. In other climes of the world, such as Argentina, South Africa, Bangladesh, Uganda, Kenya, ADR has been used as a mechanism to resolve, land disputes, property disputes, farmer headers disputes. And they have recorded so much progresses there. And if they could record progresses there, we are not an exception to that. We can also do the same thing. As I continue, and should I say begin to close now because of time, I want to mention a few models that will help Oyo State, properly integrate the use of ADR in farmers' headers conflict resolution approach. The first is the utilization of community-based ADR committees. And what will they do? They will serve as the first response at local levels, including farmers, headers, and leaders. So, at the state level, there are some things you may not see unless you have eyes and ears at the local level. So, this committee will serve as the eyes and the ears at the local level, and it would include farmers, headers, and some leaders. The second model is the utilization of agricultural mediation panel, which I talked about not too long ago. And their focus or their agenda would be to discuss issues relating to land use, grazing routes, and also compensation. I think Prof mentioned that, when people, when their rights or they suffer one loss or the other because of grazing and all that, there is a need for us to compensate them. So this mediation panel will be able to serve that purpose. The third one is the introduction of early warning and rapid response. Early warning. So if we get the signal in time, it makes it possible for us to rally around and take necessary steps that would avoid escalation. And even in turn, we are supposed to respond to this crisis or the minor issue in time to avoid, escalation. And then the fourth point there is to adopt a hybrid ADR framework that would help us to ensure that our disputes are properly resolved. What are the recommendations for this discussion? One is the need to institutionalize governance. Very important, because it will ensure that our disputes are not just resolved as fast as possible, but as peaceful as possible, especially to avoid reprisal attack, which is one of the things we see that has even escalated some of these conflicts. The second one is to build capacity for local mediators. Okay, very important. So you cannot give what you don't have. So for you to give, you must have gotten. So there is a need for us to build capacity for local mediators. Public awareness and sensitization, we can never speak about this too much. Prof talked about it. Okay, there is a need not just to sensitize once or create awareness once, but it should be a continual process so that perhaps what you have forgotten, you are reminded at the next training. And I think, the authority deserves a round of applause for even putting this training together. Thank you very much for the good work you're doing. The next point is data collection and documentation. One of the challenges we have as the black race, as Africans, as Nigerians, let me add that, is the fact that when it comes to data collection, we are very poor at that and documentation. So there is a need for us to do that. That would also help us to track the number of crises we have had, and also our contribution towards ensuring that these crises are dealt with. The second to last recommendation here is to ensure political will and neutrality. I wish the governor was still here, but His Excellency talked about it. He said that he is willing, and that was a good point for me. And when he said that, I said, oh, fantastic. I don't even know I'm talking about this recommendation. But you see, there is a need for political will, because without political will, all we are doing here, with all due respect, may just be a waste of time. So I'm grateful to God that the governor talked about the fact that there is political will already, to resolve these disputes. And finally, education of stakeholders. Stakeholders would include the farmers, the herders, and many other, association or, players who may be involved in this. I'll wrap up by saying that adopting ADR is not just a way to resolve disputes, but it is a means to ensure peaceful coexistence for your states. It's a means to ensure continual and continuous agricultural production. If you look at, this is the emblem, right, of Oyo State, or the logo. When you look at it, you can see the green, agriculture well represented there, and you can see a variety of, fruits and farm produce. For us to have that continually means we must adopt ADR, which provides for us an opportunity to coexist peacefully, to continue to produce agricultural, products as much as possible, and, to enjoy ourselves as a state. Thank you very much for your rapt attention. I'm grateful.
Okay, yes, indeed, tried. Another round of applause for Dr. Chinaka. Thank you for taking us through that. I know that a lot of people will be itching to ask questions about some of the things that has been said. However, for the sake of time, I hope, Dr. Chinaka, you're still going to be with us, for a few more moments before you take your leave. We'll have the comments from the stakeholders right away, and I understand that His Imperial Majesty's representative, that's the Olubadan of Ibadan's representative, KBAC's representative, will be speaking first very briefly. And so please, I'd like to make welcome Chief Abiola Rulogun, the Gbonka Balogun of Ibadan land. Eba mi ye ori adesi o, ẹ sọ pé kábíyèsí o. You're welcome, sir. And I'll also have after him High Chief Evangelist Gabriel Oladejo Ayonkunle.
Thank you, sir. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. Mo kí àwọn orí adé ọ̀run lẹ́kẹ̀ tí wọ́n ti jókòó síbi látàárọ̀ ẹ ṣé kó má lè ba bàjẹ́ náà nìkan tí a jọ ń ṣe lágbára Ọlọ́run á fún wa ní àṣeyọrí. I recognize the honourable commissioners here present. Our lords, I recognize you too. The organizer of this program, the chief host, the chairperson, Oyo State Rule of Law Enforcement Authority. I recognize you, ma. Please, I don't have much to say. Having listened to the two speakers and the good speech delivered by our Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture, I think I will only love to deliver a short speech on behalf of His Imperial Majesty, Oba Rashidi Adewolu Ladoja, the Olúbàdàn of Ibadan land. Thank you. My sons and daughters of Ibadan land, distinguished traditional rulers, respected religious leaders, security agencies, farmers and others, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all with a heart burdened by deep concern, yet strengthened by hope in our collective resolve for peace. In recent time, Oyo State and indeed some part of Ibadan land have witnessed disturbing incidents of killing, maimings of innocent citizens, and wanton destruction of farmland. These acts threaten not only human life, but also our food security, economic stability, and long-cherished reputation of our land as a place of peace and hospitality. Causes of the crisis. It is important that we speak truthfully and courageously about the root cause of this menace. 1, persistent farmer-herders conflict. These are arising mainly from uncontrolled grazing encroachment on farmland and lack of mutual understanding. 2, proliferation of illegal arms, which has embodied criminal elements and turned minor disputes into deadly confrontations. 3, weak enforcement of existing laws, allowing perpetrators to act with impunity. 4, poverty and unemployment, which make idle youth vulnerable to manipulation and criminal activities. And number 5, breaking down of traditional conflict resolution mechanism, where disputes that should be settled peacefully, where disputes that will be settled peacefully escalate into violence. So, on behalf of Olúbàdàn of Ìbàdàn land, we want to advise us that all ideas brought by the speakers as well as the stakeholders here today must be properly followed so that we can enjoy peaceful coexistence within our community and in Oyo State in general. Thank you.
Kábíyèsí to His Imperial Majesty, the Olúbàdàn of Ìbàdàn land, Ọba Ládọjà. And thank you for representing well Chief Abiola Arulogun Digbonka Balogun of Ìbàdàn land. Also to speak very briefly, permit me to call the representative of His Royal Majesty Oba S.A. Adegbola Joba Olurin I, the Eleruwa of Eruwa land, High Chief Evangelist Gabriel Oladejo Ayankunle. Ẹ ṣé kábíyèsí fún radio.
All protocols duly observed. The representative of Obas has spoken. I just want to comment. I just want to greet. I want just to say thank you to Our Excellency and the coordinator and the chairperson of this program, retired Justice Aderonke Aderemi, who has done incredibly well. I just want to thank them because I'm just going to quote J.K. Agri of Ghana. He said, "I am proud of my color. Whoever who is not proud of his color is not fit to live." Our governor and the chairperson of this thing, they are proud of Oyo State. They are proud of Oyo State, and that's the reason why they are putting in so many things to make us happy, to make us enjoy this state as a pace-setter state. So, the Yoruba people say, "Orúkọ ọmọ ló ń ru ọmọ." A dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín. God bless you.
Please put your hands together one more time for High Chief Evangelist Gabriel Oladejo Ayankunle Esho. And to cap it up, I hope, I also have the representative of the Olu of Igbora here, and that's High Chief Oladokun Saubana, the Olukotun of Igbora. Please put your hands together for him. Ẹ ṣeun kábíyèsí, wọ́n ní pé ó ti dá bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n kàn ra ju èrò kẹrẹ̀ sí mi ní ẹ ṣé. Ẹ bá ń pàtẹ́wọ́ fún ọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí. So we're still looking at the issue of the farmer herders engagements, and it's time to take comments from the stakeholders that are here. And we have the farmers, we have the herders, we have OPC, and the royal fathers have just given us their words, and we celebrate them for that. So the first person I'm going to ask is the chairman of the Jai Farm Settlement, and that's Mr. David Olatunji from Ijaye Farm Settlement. Ẹ bá mi pàtẹ́wọ́ fún bàbá wa David Olatunji. Wọ́n ní lásìkò tí wọ́n ibi ò ní pàlú bí a ṣe jẹun lájẹyó tí nǹkan kan sì ní máa bá oko wa jẹ́. Please put your hands together for him one more time.
Thank you. In a time like this, I have to foremost thank the government for finding the leverage to allow the rule of law to have made it possible to hear from us, the stakeholder. While I'm standing on a system protocol, foremost I have to say thank you to the chairperson of the rule of law, retired Chief Justice ADEHENRENCE. While I move respectfully to the Commissioner of Agric, who has been very much having, getting essential provisions to ensure things were not fully escalated. The Ministry of Justice, I say thank you. Foremost, I have to restrict myself to the settlement. Briefly, I will first foremost say thank you to the rule of law for standing up to the situations that is facing us directly. If it were not to be the rule of law in Oyo State, we would not be here discussing, because it will have got escalated beyond what people can imagine. So the rule of law, I still say thank you. And the settlement in Oyo State, the law specifically said there must not be rearing in the settlement. This is a specific place that has been earmarked for farming only. And when the government make laws passed by the State House of Assembly, the implementations of that law rested on the enforcement agency. We have been having problem along before the existence of the rule of law. The police in particular, they are aware of what becomes the regulations of anti-grazing law in Oyo State. Yet, they are not being active in solving the problem with the others and farmers. What we call a law should be a law, not by the state government, by the federal security agencies who are to enforce this law. Because the sovereignty of your states have made a pronouncement on what becomes their way of life and what they want the non-indigent to comply with. But yet, the herders look the other way around. And this has become the problem. Farm settlement is a set-up sector where the state has already made it binding that no intruder in whatever form should be allowed into this place. This is where Oyo State have their food being produced. And they know if any conflict should arise from that place, our people will go hungry. And when there is hunger, what will happen? There will be problem. Hunger lead to armed robbery. Hunger lead to banditry. And all sorts of things will happen. The State of our Assembly enacted a law for the people not to be hungry. This particular place has been set aside for food productions. Why are our counterparts refuse to adhere to that law? It's a question we're here today to resolve. Opportunity has been given. Foremost, I need to appeal to the police here. The police are always not in consonant with what becomes the regulation and law in Oyo State by not enforcing this law. Simple thing has to be addressed with. The state government has a political will now. And the governor made a statement here that whatever becomes the resolution here will be followed to the letter. What we are saying here today is that Oyo State farm settlements must completely be devoid of cattle rearing. Whatever will happen, the herders must not be found there. But what we are seeing today, the farm settlement has become the settlement of the cattle rearers. Nta wan se lónìí ni pé à ń kọ lẹ́tà síyàn tá a bá múra. In no distant time, there will be crisis we are trying to avoid. My point of argument now here today, the law has been promulgated. The law was made. The enforcer has to comply. How do we now comply when those people who enforce the laws are looking the side way? The rule of law has come to the settlement more than 5 times to ensure these cattle herders leave the place, not only not rearing, because in the settlement, there is no space of land that has not been allocated to farmers to plant their crops. Where the herders are hibernating is on farmers' farm. There is nothing like GA. There is nothing like any abode for the herders in the settlement. All the space of the land in the settlements has been duly allocated to farmers. So there should not be any claim that we're in our GA, we're in our abode. There is no abode there. And it has been a serious problem that is given to the farmers. Most of our farmers has died because of death. Hypertension has caught all of the farmers because they are yet or they are unable to pay all the resourceful or the loan collected from the bank. This is where we are. I believe today is an opportunity for us, speaking specifically for the farm settlement, where I belong or which I belong to. The Commissioner of Agric, sir, with your honor, I would like you to get back to the government that today we have agreed that the law has to be specifically maintained by not allow the herders in the settlement. Anything beside that, we are not, you are just calling for crisis. Let's call a law a law. And anything beside that will not work where the government has specifically made a pronouncement that is not for herder. Herder must not be found in the settlement. We appreciate you. The rule of law Running after cow here and there doesn't solve the problem. The moment you leave the settlement, the herder come back again. What is the essence of running every day when they will not abide with the law? I will employ the government to please be ready and have the political will to ensure that the laws are being obeyed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. David Olatunji from Ijayi Farm Settlement. And what we're going to do is, after a farmer, we're going to have members of the cattle breeders speak, and then we're going to bring up again from the forest reserve in Shaki, and then we're going to have another herder response. And so I'm going to call on Alhaji Ibrahim Gigi, the chairman of the Miyetti Allah, who is here to please speak very briefly. Please put your hands together for Alhaji Ibrahim Gigi.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. My name is Ibrahim Abubakar, the chairman Mabang Oyo State chapter. Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah. Kadupe fun long to fun ojo ni to ye pe ka wa joko si ara wa leri àlàáfíà ló fà tá fi wá jókòó bí báyìí àlàáfíà yẹn máa ti continue lọ síwájú kó ló àṣẹ Ọlọ́run ká kúpẹ́ dúpẹ́ fún ẹni tó jẹ́ bàbá wa the excellency the governor Oyo State engineer Seyi Makinde àti àwọn ọba tó jókòó bí báyìí former justice ìyá wa tẹ̀sí jókòó bí báyìí adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín púpọ̀ the commissioner agriculture Baale Agbe Oyo State the member is the Mapban Oyo State. So alhamdulillah nyewa mo fe ka se suru because pe ife okan o yàtọ̀ sí nǹkan tó ṣe dédé ife okan tèmi kin sọ pé eléyìí ó wù mí sọ́kàn mi kin sọ fún pé torí ó wù mí o yàtọ̀ sí ká pè mí pé kin wá mú solution wá jókòó àlàáfíà tẹ̀yẹ̀ bá jẹ́ ẹni tó mọ̀ pé ife okan kò ní mú àlàáfíà wá kó má bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti wọ̀ láti ilé. The governor of your state, Oloje Baba, akini governor méjì, governor ta nini, ingba ta ndibo fu governor, awa ni àwọn tó contribution pé governor wa kó lọ second time. The issue local government is the Mapban is going, láti fún governor full support, because pé governor only the àlàáfíà, àmọ́, ani gbogbo nǹkan tó mọ̀ pé ó ní ìfẹ́ wa kò ní ẹlẹ́yàmẹ̀yà fún àwa. So, biti our Fulani is Mapban as our Oyo State. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni Yorùbá ó sì wà ní this other country tó jẹ́ pé Kano, Katsina, Zamfara, Sokoto, so bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ Yorùbá wà ńbẹ̀. As a example mi báyìí, money house Yorùbá ló wà ńbẹ̀ Zaria kò kí n rẹ́ǹtì ó jẹ́ bí bàbá fún mi Yorùbá sì ni. So tẹ̀yìn bá fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ nǹkan tó máa mú àlàáfíà wá ó yàtọ̀ pé kò sọ nǹkan tó bá wù lọ́kàn pé against anybody nǹkan tó fà tá wá jókòó bí báyìí lè pe solution òfin tí ìjọba ṣe kéèsì pé ẹnìkan yóò wá fẹ́ against ìjọba no àwa náà ọmọ Nàìjíríà ni wa gbogbo tẹ́wọ̀ wa bí báyìí ó lẹ́sọ̀ ẹnìkan tó ní senator bàbá àbí minister of police àbí senator kan so gbogbo àtẹ́wọ̀ bí pé àṣìwá gẹ́gẹ́ bí àlejò àjẹ́ àlejò sí Nàìjíríà àṣìjẹ́ àlejò sí Ọ̀yọ́ state náà because pé 37 years tẹ̀yìn bá wà ń bẹ́ tẹ́ bá fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ nǹkan tó jọmọ́ àṣírí Ọ̀yọ́ state ó yẹ kó sọ so ẹ̀mí mọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ wa ìjókòó yìí ó dá púpọ̀ ó sì dá gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹni tó mọ nǹkan tó ń ṣe ṣùgbọ́n àwa tá a sunkún pé irú ọlọ kéèsì pé àwa náà fẹ́ jókòó láti ká sinmi ṣùgbọ́n àti mọ ọ̀nà tá a gbà dé nǹkan yẹn ó wá ní àjíjì fún wa a sì ní nǹkan kan ju dúkìá màálù yìí lọ. Àwa kì í sọpọ́tì ẹni tó máa wọ àbàjẹ́ lọ bá nǹkan ọkọ ẹnìkan jẹ. Mo ní ẹni tó máa lè jẹ́rìí bí di baálé àgbẹ̀ bàbá mi wà bí ọ máa jẹ́rìí pé gbogbo nǹkan tó máa jọmọ́ sí ìwà àbàjẹ́ àwa kì í wà ń bẹ̀ àsì ń bẹ̀ rárá àtọ̀. Gbogbo nǹkan tó máa mú peace fún Ọ̀yọ́ state àwa máa support. Ṣùgbọ́n ẹ jẹ́ ká wò ṣé nǹkan tó rú ọlọ́ yìí ṣé ó máa fẹ́ tiwa púpọ̀ àbí kí ló máa fẹ́ tiwa ní àárín yẹn ká yẹ committing. This committee called Lojoko, kini nkanta wa fembe, kini nkanto afetiwa, tori awana is Nigerians. Ìjọba kò kí n sọ pé okay, báyìí oṣù àti má ban, báyìí oṣù àti àgbẹ̀ kò sí eléyìí, a ní ilẹ̀ ẹ̀yàn ọ̀pọ̀ jàmá ọ̀pọ̀ àmọ̀. So fún ìdí eléyìí, èmi mo á sọ pé ẹni tó bá sọ pé kò lè Fúlàní, kò máa ní ààyè níbi tó máa Fúlàní bá eléyìí ọ̀sọ̀ ìfẹ́ ọkàn rẹ̀. Fún ìdí eléyìí èmi mo suggest pé ká yẹ committee yẹn kó ṣiṣẹ́ from state to local government level. Then ẹnìkan ní Fulanis kò ní wá lò jẹ ọkọ anybody kó sọ pé wọ́n bá ọkọ ẹnìkan jẹ kó wọ́n á jókòó kó sọ pé wọ́n ṣe nǹkan tó ṣe dáadáa. Irọ́ ní eléyìí. Ṣùgbọ́n committee yẹn òun ló máa jẹ́ peace ó máa wà lọ́yọ̀ state. Ṣùgbọ́n nísìnyí nígbà tó pé ìní nǹkan kan ju màálù lọ ẹ wá kọ́ màálù lọ ẹ sọ fún mi pé nǹkan báyìí la ṣe nǹkan báyìí la ṣe nǹkan báyìí la ṣe ẹ̀mí náà ní ẹ fẹ́ di mi ó lọ sí ni ẹ̀ náà. So fún ìdí eléyìí èmi mo tọrọ lọ́wọ́ ìjọba Ọ̀yọ́ state kó jọ torí Ọlọ́run kó peace committee nǹkan committee yẹn kó work for citizen kó lọ ṣiṣẹ́ ká géètì pé kí ni nǹkan tó yẹ ká ṣe. So fún ìdí eléyìí mo tọrọ lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀yin tẹ́ jókòó bí báyìí the former justice tó gbé ìjókòó yìí kalẹ̀ a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín púpọ̀ Ọlọ́run rẹ̀ wá lọ́wọ́ ṣùgbọ́n a ní di nǹkan wà ní committee yẹn torí pé àwa la mọ̀ nǹkan tó jẹ wá ní àárẹ̀ wa Fulanis àwa la mọ̀ nǹkan tó ń dààmú wa àwa la ní problem àgbọ̀rọ̀ máa jókòó láti ká máa sọ problem torí pé kí ni torí àwa náà ọmọ Nàìjíríà ni wa tẹ́ bá ṣe pé ká kúrò níbi níbo lè ṣe tá a lọ níbi kan lọ it's Nigerians anybody ó ní right láti jókòó níbi tó àtọ́ bá tó lè òfin tó Nàìjíríà ọ̀sọ̀. tó bá tẹ̀lé òfin nǹkan yẹn you hand over to security. So fún ìdí eléyìí Ọlọ́run rẹ̀ wá lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run jẹ́ ọ̀dà salamu alaikum.
Another round of applause for Alhaji Ibrahim Gigi. Thank you for your submission. And right about now, I'll call on Engineer F. Adebayo Olakpade. Engineer Adebayo Olakpade. Eba ń pàtẹ́wọ́ fún bàbá o. All the way from Okpara Forest Reserve via Shaki Abi. He is the chairman. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. I hope my Fulani brothers will wait until the end of this program. It's important because it raised some issues. While standing on the existing protocol, I want to thank Honorable Justice Aderunke Aderemi, the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture, Honorable Olaleye, Olasunkami Olaleye. We thank God for this opportunity. At the beginning of this program, the Oyo State Rule of Law Enforcement Agency showed us some clips, and that's where I want to start. We all agree that this is a good opportunity for us, and the agency is the only way to go to be able to achieve success. But we have not asked ourselves if we are making any accommodation. Like the governor said, how are we going to get them the tools to work with? If you look at the clip, you will see that the vehicle they have got cannot even carry more than 10 cows. In a situation where you have over 5,000, 10,000 cows. And I appreciate the fact that the representative of the elders came up here to speak. In the fact that I noticed in most cases, our brothers, I don't want to be calling Fulani herders, like the professor said, most of us in Nagbada and Ties, we are also herders. We have cattle. We have big people in the community that have given herders some cattle to rear for them. So we are all involved. This is not an issue of Fulani. And we should be very careful not to put sentiment whether you are Fulani, whether you are a Muslim or a Christian. I'm from Okpara Forest Reserve. And I will just touch on my experience. The Yorubas, we have a say, Ejola Nkokato Koja. When the land was allocated to us, before we started anything, I visited the place. Some Fulanis, they have occupied the place. And I went there to meet them. As a Muslim, I saw the Seriki, and I was saying, Assalamu alaikum. He went up, and he was looking at me as, who is this rat? I repeated it, and I sent emissary to him. And the next thing is that his household became hostile. I had to tell my people to turn back. After that, for almost 6 months, I told my supervisor in that area to hold meeting with the Fulanis. They never honored any meeting. I said, okay, if they are not honoring your meetings, then go to the chiefs. It's unfortunate the KBACs and the chiefs, they have gone. They created this problem. 90% of this problem is from them. And I have it on record. We had meeting with them, and they called the headers that they should please not tamper with our crops. The land we have there is 1,000 hectares. That's 2,500 acres. And we were willing at that time to even spare 5 acres, 10 acres for them to keep whatever they are keeping. But their approach, I have it on record, the approach of the elders was winner takes all, and you cannot do anything to us. We are talking of crops. In that place, yam there, I think that's the best land for yam. You can feed the whole of your state. But they never allow us to achieve anything. If you plant soya there, you don't need any chemical. They never allow us to achieve anything. The same thing with cassava. Whatever you plant there, you don't need any chemical or any fertilizer. That's not the only thing that we need to look at. A lot of destruction. We do honey. If you put your boxes, honey boxes, because they are rearing cattle, the honey bees will not come. If it's supposed to take 3 months for you to get honey, it will take 1 year. There is nothing again like bush meat. Where can you get bush meat? When they are roaming about and destroying. And I can tell you from my experience in Isen, the elders, the Fulanis there, they too, they are farmers. We live with them. I never had any problem with them. It was because the people from Saki, they have done so much, and we have tried everything humanly possible. That's why when one of the high chiefs representing the Okere of Saki started saying that Why didn't we tell them? I said, telling you what? What did you do? The first, because they told us about conflict resolution. The first place of call is to call the chiefs or the others. We went to them, they couldn't do anything for reasons best known to them. And some people there, they call them Omoba. Oh God, these people are horrible. Unfortunately, they are gone. We can sit down and talk if they are thinking that the government gave us land and the land belongs to their forefathers. All the things they are enjoying in Ibadan belongs to my own forefathers. The hospital, UCH, the University of Ibadan, mentioned anywhere in Ibadan, they belong to our own forefathers. We all sacrifice to build a nation. Nobody should see himself as an island. What is the way forward? Please, when we are writing the recommendations and communique, I want us to stress there that the rule of law enforcement agency, they need reinforcement. They cannot work with what they have now. To carry cows from that place to Ibadan cost them over 1 million naira. I don't know whether the government will reimburse them. And that's not the only thing. They mobilize Amatekun, mobilize the police, mobilize everybody. And for the operation to go on at 2 a.m., you know what it entails. So please, let us emphasize the fact that they need to be really taken care of for them to work. Now, how do we work together with the elders? Don't let us deceive ourselves. The government must find a way of taking care of people that wants to rear cattle. There is no way farmer and cattle can stay together. I have cattle. And when you see your cattle going hungry, you prefer yourself to go hungry. That's why I say the word Fulani is not it. We are all in it. There is no way. The government should find a way, call us together like he's talking of a committee. Let them see that, look, this is your own area where you can do your business. This is our own area. Every day we are losing. And I'm afraid if we don't do something, our children will not do this farming. No. They say, Baba, why are you wasting your time? And my colleagues, my friends, they pity me. They say, you go there to commit suicide. Because people are too hostile. And I want the head of the Fulani to find out what I'm saying, whether they are not hostile. We didn't go there to fight them. We didn't even go there to say they should leave. But definitely we can't live together. Let us get this clear. The government should take care of farmers. The government should take care of elders. Then we meet together. Some of us too, we want to do ranching. Let's go to Ministry of Agriculture. Let meet the Honorable Commissioner. Let them advise us how we are going to do ranching so that we can all live together. If anybody is in a place, if you are a drunkard, you know if you go to Saudi Arabia, you can't drink. If you know you are a drunkard, you know if you go to Kano, you can't drink in public during Ramadan. Every state, every community has rules and regulations guiding it. When you are in Rome, do like the Romans. If you are in your state, don't think you are in Zamfara. Behave like people of your state. And honestly, I've never seen better people than your people. They are so accommodating and loving. And please, if you go to Isen, they will tell you our relationship. In fact, one of the Fulani there is bearing my name, Bayo. I've never reported them to rule of law because we have realized that we need to live together. And I told him, I said that, look, I have 2,000 acres. I'm cultivating less than 1,000 acres. As long as I'm not cultivating the other half, you can still make use of it, pending the time we need it. And they complied. But in Shaki, no. And I will still maintain that the government should please help us by separating all these things. I want to thank all the speakers, and I pray that I hope that they will give us their papers, especially the prof and the student. They have done fantastically well. The Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture, I want to thank you again. You have always been my brother, and I don't like coming to your office. I don't like bothering you, because a lot of things are happening. But thank God, with the rule of law, we have a place to run to. And I also want to thank all the staff of the rule of law, especially the secretary, the chief of staff, the baristas, Eleja and Co., and the field soldiers. All these foot soldiers, they are doing fantastically well. When you see them, they carry a lot of juju, which they seize from these criminals. I've seen Ukumpa, I've seen Onde, I've seen all kinds of things that ordinary people cannot touch. Why are we behaving as if we are in a war? We are not going to war with anybody. I schooled in Zaria, and my best friend today is Serikin Fulani of Duse. His name is Babura. We are very good friends. And one of my children is married to Fulani. So the issue is not Fulani or religion. The issue is rule of law. Whatever the law says, let's follow it. No sentiment. If the law says that we can live together, although we farmers, we don't want to live together. But we abide by the law, if that's what the law says. But why are we making law and we are trying to go behind and do another thing? May God continue to bless this government, the governor and all his team, the enforcement agency and Madam's team. God bless every one of you. Thank you, and God bless Nigeria.
Thank you, Baba. I guess these things belong to you, sir. Your phone is there. Your book is there. So let me sort them out. So that, okay. Yes, except my microphone, which you have given me. Thank you. Another round of applause for Engineer F. Adebayo. Okay, so we are going to be keeping it short. However, we want you to still bear your mind. The next person that I'm going to call is the representative of the Serikis, and that's Alhaji Yakubu Bello. Please put your hands together for Alhaji Yakubu Bello. Bye, Amama Sheni Shoki. Kole Shedada.
Jama assalamu alaikum. Jama ro Lord Moki. Kó ìpàdé. Àwọn tó wá sọ̀rọ̀ ṣáájú, àwọn ti sọ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀. Nǹkan tí mo rí ń bẹ̀ yẹn pé ọ̀nà àbáyọ solution náà ní ká wò. Torí òfin tí àwọn wá gbé kalẹ̀, òfin yẹn bí a wá wò, ó wá padà sí apá kan. Torí ìyá ọmọ béjì ni wá àgbẹ̀ pẹ̀lú àwa tí ń sin ẹran. Apá kan ní òfin yẹn bá wí. Àwa tá jẹ́ Fúlàní àwa nìkan kọ́ la ní màálù. Ní Ọ̀yọ́ state bí a wá kà àwa Yorùbá tó ní màálù yóò fẹ́ tó àwa Fúlàní náà tó ní màálù. Torí ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn àwa nìkan kọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn bá wí. Ṣùgbọ́n àlàáfíà lọ ṣáájú. Nǹkan tí mo wò níbẹ̀ yẹn pé èyí tó wà ní ìṣáájì kínní yẹn, ẹ jẹ́ ká wá sẹ̀lísàn, ká yóò jókòó, ká wá ọ̀nà tí a wà tó. Kọ̀mítì bí ẹ wá yàn kọ̀mítì yẹn náà ni yóò sọ gbogbo nǹkan tí ń ṣẹlẹ̀. A lè wo pé Fúlàní màálù ló mọ̀. Bí a wá rí Fúlàní tó ní màálù ìmí ò ń da oko, Fúlàní ìmí kò ní da oko, màálù nìkan ló ń sìn. Ṣùgbọ́n bí àwọn akọ màálù rẹ̀ tí kò ní màálù kankan lọ́wọ́, kò sí kankan tí ó jẹ, kò sí kankan tí ó bọ àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀. so nǹkan tí ẹ wá mọ̀ pé bí ó wá ṣe fún yẹn ẹ má ṣe fún ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì rẹ so àárọ̀ yẹn yìí tó jẹ́ ìjọba torí lẹ́yìn ọlọ́run ìjọba lọ́kàn àárọ̀ yìí ni torí òun àfẹ́ tí àwa èèyàn ti wá tó pọ̀ àkọ́ pé ẹni tí ó wá ṣe kẹ́ bá rí á bínú sí ẹlẹ́yìn àwa náà á sí lẹ́yìn ẹni tí ń ṣe nǹkan tí ó dá á sí lẹ́yìn ẹni tí ń ṣe nǹkan tí ó dá ẹni tí ó wá ṣe bí ẹ bá rí kò sí tó burú ń bẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n ẹni tí kò máa kankan nǹkan yẹn kó wá gún lérí ẹ̀ kó forí ko Ọlọ́run ló máa fún ìyàn agbára Ọlọ́run ló máa fún ìyàn ikọ̀ tí Ọlọ́run wá fún ìyàn kí ìyàn kó retí pé ọjọ́ ọ̀la Ọlọ́run yóò bi léèrè ogodo bi léèrè ogodo ṣàlàyé so kọ̀mítì mo fẹ́ pé gómìnà wa Ṣèyí Mákindé ọ̀rọ̀ tó wá sọ ń bí báyìí Ọlọ́run yóò dúró tì Ọlọ́run yóò fún agbára kí ìjọba rẹ̀ kó parí láyọ̀ pẹ̀lú àlàáfíà so kọ̀mítì náà ní afẹ́ pé kìí ṣe kọ̀mítì kí àwọn náà ká wà lérí kọ̀mítì yẹn ká mọ nǹkan tá a ṣe lérí ẹ̀ Ọlọ́run gbàdúrà wa salamu alaikum.
ẹ pàtẹ́wọ́ fún Alhaji Yakubu Bello ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ó dà pé ó ń forí sọ àwọn ibì kan ẹ jẹ́ kí n pè the National Association of Cattle Breeders and Dealers of your state represented by Mr. Salam Musibao to also make his contribution very briefly. Ẹ pàtẹ́wọ́ fún wọn. Please put your hands together for Mr. Salam Musibao. Thank you.
mo kí ìyá wa honourable justice ẹsẹ ẹkùsẹ o kò ní rẹ̀yìn mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gọ́fìnà wa engineer Ṣèyí Mákindé èmi tí mo dó yìí ni Musbah Salam mo ń represent National Associations of Cattle Breeders and Dealers ní Ọ̀yọ́ State Chapter Alhaji Dauda Adébáyọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ tí ó wà nílẹ̀ yìí ọ̀rọ̀ tó dáa ni tó sì yẹ kó níyànjú láyé ìgbà táwa kéré àwọn bàbá wa pẹ̀lú Fúlàní wọ́n jọ ń gbé àwọn bàbá wa pẹ̀lú àwọn Fúlàní tí wọ́n ń gbé yìí ohun tí mo rí ni pé àwọn bàbá wa ń ra ẹran sọ́dọ̀ wọn kò ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ àwọn náà tún ń ṣe nǹkan táwọn bàbá wa ní lówó ṣùgbọ́n èké ti dáyé àṣà di àpò mu ohun tá a rí nípa rẹ̀ ni pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ohun tí àwọn Yorùbá wa ń ṣe fún wọn kò dáa Fúlàní náà ń ṣe àwọn tí ò dáa fún Yorùbá tó fi jẹ́ pé tá a bá wò títí ìfẹ́ tó wà láàrin wọn nígbà yẹn ò sí mọ́ ìgbà tí ìfẹ́ yẹn lọ a rí dájú pé ìjàmbá wáyé púpọ̀ débi pé àti pé n tó fà ni pé àwọn táwọn Fúlàní ń lò fún àwọn ẹran wọ̀nyí àwọn ọmọ tí wọn ò yẹ kéèyàn ó lò tí wọn ò lè káfàró àwọn ẹran àwọn ni wọ́n sábà lò tí ọ̀nà àbáyọ bá fẹ́ wà ọ̀nà tó gbà lè wà ni pé ká wá báwo la ṣe ṣe àárín ara wa sí Fúlàní a lè yára wa mọ́ torí wọ́n ti so wá pọ̀ Haúsá ni Yíbò ni Fúlàní ni ọ̀kan ni wá wọ́n tá a lè ṣe ni pé báwo làwọn ò ṣe ní máa hùwà burúkú fún wa mọ́ táwa náà ò fi ní máa hu tí ò fi ní síwà burúkú láàrin wọn mọ́ àkọ́kọ́ náà ìjọba láti lọ́ọ́ wá ibi tí wọ́n kí wọ́n fi ààyè kan lẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ẹnìkan ò gbọ́dọ̀ débẹ̀ daran ààyè kan gbọ́dọ̀ wà tó jẹ́ pé ẹni tó alágíríkì ló gbọ́dọ̀ níbẹ̀ tá a bá ti lè ṣe kinní yìí a fi rúùtù lẹ̀ tí màálù ọgbà rúùtù tí ó wà tí màálù ọgbà ọ wà
tó jẹ́ pé ẹni ọba dáko ń bẹ̀ òun lọ́lọ́ ọ̀sẹ̀ wọn. Ibi tí ẹran bá láti wà oko ọ̀gbọ́dọ̀ wà ń bẹ̀. Àgbẹ̀ náà ni ẹran sísìn náà. Gbogbo màálù tẹ́ ń wo lọ́dọ̀ wọn ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wa la ní. Títí àwọn ọ̀gá wa lókè náà ni lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀. Nítorí bẹ́ẹ̀ tá a fẹ́ ni pé ká bò láṣẹ gbé kà tá a fi to àárín ara wa tí ó fi da nǹkan tí ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́ran tí wọ́n rán mi nu yóò da òòyà wa dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín. Thank you.
Well, thank you for keeping it very short in broadcasting. We say that when you kiss the mic, you keep it short and simple. Alhaji Rabi Maruf, the Association of Cattle Dealers and Breeders of your state, please, could you also make it very, very short? Eba Sheni Ba she saw you no. Thank you,
sir. So, orúkọ mi ni Alhaji Rabi Maruf, Model Chairman, Cattle Breeders and Dealers, Oyo State. Organization wa there carry the role of Oyo State. Ani Ibadan Barapa, 14 local government. Ani Oyo Ogbomoso Fashola, 9 local government. Ani Oke Ogun, 10 local government, to comprise 33 local government. So, nǹkan tó mi fẹ́ sọ ń bí àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tí wọ́n mú wá náà ni pé àkọ́kọ́ kí gómìnà wa ọlọ́jẹ̀mọ́ kan tẹ̀síwájú sí. A sì kí ìyàwó tó jẹ́ àwọn tó jẹ́ Oyo State Law Enforcement. Ìyàwó Adérẹ̀mí ọlọ́jẹ̀ kan pẹ́ fún wa. Sọ̀rọ̀ tí mo fẹ́ sọ díẹ̀ náà ni pàtàkì ohun tí wọ́n pè wá sí ni pé àwọn ẹlẹ́ran àìṣe ọ̀daràn. So gbogbo àná làjẹ́ kájẹ́ tí yóò mọ tẹ̀lé òfin. Ṣùgbọ́n àwa tá à ń sin màálù tá à ń ta màálù yìí kán bá wá àyè ibi tó yẹ pé àwọn náà á ti rí ibi tí á ti mọ̀ sin màálù mọ́ ṣe fún àwọn tí wọ́n ní oko àgbẹ̀ tán ṣe fún wọn lẹ̀ kán yá wa náà lẹ̀ tá a máa sanwó tá a máa rí lò fún ìjọba. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí àwa tá a jẹ́ ọmọ onílù tá a kì í ṣe àrè àkọ́kọ́ nìyẹn. Ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì mo kí kọmíṣánná wa náà oríṣiríṣi àwọn ètò tó ń ṣe inú wa dùn sí. A lè fẹ́ kí ó ẹ̀sẹ̀ tọ́lọ̀ àwa tá a jẹ́ onímàálù náà pẹ̀lú bí wọ́n ṣe sọ àsọsílẹ̀ tó wà ń bẹ gẹ́gẹ́ bí air press náà abẹ́ká náà ká ṣe kíni ká wà ní inú àwọn air press náà. So ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kẹta ni pé ọ̀rọ̀ àgbẹ̀ àti àwọn Fúlàní tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́dọ̀ tiwa náà but àwa ní ọgbọ́n tá à ń dá sí bíi kájọ jókòó àdẹ́nsọ àsọyé níbẹ̀. So tó bá dẹ̀ ti ṣẹlẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn a ní kọ́mítì tí ó jókòó tí ó lọ wò ó kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ kí ló báyìí tá a lè ń parí ẹ̀ tí ò sí wàhálà lọ́dọ̀ tiwa. So ètò tún wà ń bẹ̀ nínú ni pé àwọn nǹkan kan tó tún fa irú eléyìí náà ni bí kí ó níbi tágbẹ̀ náà tán fún lè pé kó dáko dé tó bá di ọdún tó bá tún tẹ̀lé àgbẹ̀ tó fẹ́ dáko tó ju ibẹ̀ lọ ẹran dẹ̀ lè fẹ́ gba ibẹ̀ kọjá òun náà máa ń dá wàhálà lẹ̀ bọ̀tà wa máa ń yanjú ẹ̀. Ètò tó wá jẹ́ ètò ṣe pàtàkì lọ́ọ̀ náà ni pé gbogbo wa la gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ tí ó bọ̀wọ̀ fún òfin ṣùgbọ́n gẹ́gẹ́ bí àwọn ẹlẹ́ran ìjọba náà ní àwọn nǹkan tí wọ́n ń rí ní ọwọ́ wa lọ́sọ̀ọ̀sẹ̀ lóṣooṣù lójoojúmọ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí tax tá à ń gbà so yẹ kí ìjọba náà fún wa náà ní àǹfààní tó yẹ pé àwa náà á lè rí àǹfààní yẹn lò fún àwọn ẹran kan ọ̀sìn wa sọ Ọlọ́run ní jẹ́ kó bàjẹ́ so nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ sọ jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ.
Thank you very much. Babangida Idris, ẹ̀yin ló kàn. Àwọn náà dẹ̀ ni a máa gbà last. Ó yá ẹ máa bọ̀. Wọ́n á kàn sọ̀rọ̀ ní ṣókí. There's no need again. No, come. Ẹ ṣeun. Àwọn náà máa sọ̀rọ̀ ní ṣókí ká tó di pé a fi òté lé gbogbo ẹ̀. Ẹ bá ń pàtẹ́wọ́ fún wọn.
Assalamu alaikum. So ẹ kú pàdé àtàárọ̀. A sì dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ màmá wa tó fún wa láàyè láti sọ̀rọ̀. Ṣẹ̀rí ntẹ́mi kan fẹ́ sọ ń bẹ̀ yẹn kì í ṣe nǹkan tọ́pọ̀ rẹpẹtẹ. Ọlọ́run ọba Elédùmarè tó fojú òní hàn wá. Ọlọ́run ọba ó jẹ́ ká máa ṣe ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìfẹ́ ìpàdé. Ṣẹ̀rí lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tá à ń sọ látara wọ́n ní ntọ́ bá kọjú sẹ́nìkan ẹ̀hìn lọ́kọ sẹ́lòmíì torí mo gbọ́ tí ẹnìkan sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan ntọ́ sọ yẹn kò jẹ́ mọ́ nǹkan tá a jókòó fún bí látàárọ̀ tí ọ̀dẹ̀ yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn tá a bá ti jókòó tá à ń bá ń wá ọ̀nà àbáyọ kò ní ìdí kájọ máa sọ̀rọ̀ against ara wa ń bẹ̀ yẹn torí ìjókòó àlàáfíà ìbágbé àlàáfíà ló ṣe pàtàkì torí rule of law mi ò rò pé kìí ṣe ẹnìkan ṣoṣo ni wọ́n gbé kalẹ̀ fún gbogbo èèyàn ni ṣùgbọ́n ibi tí ò yé ẹlòmíì ni ó máa sọ pé ẹnìkan ṣoṣo ni ṣùgbọ́n ó ti fẹ́ dàbí pé gẹ́gẹ́ bí bàbá wa ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan tó ní apá kan nìkan ni ló ń hàn lè máa jù kò édè ṣe pé apá kan ṣùgbọ́n nǹkan ẹ̀bẹ̀ kátàwá kan ń pè ní gẹ́gẹ́ bí bàbá ti sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan tó bá jẹ́ pé ìpàdé máa ń wà tẹ́ ń sì ń pe àwa náà tá a bá ń jókòó kìí ṣe fúlàní nìkan ni ló ń ṣẹ̀ torí àwa nìkan la máa ń tí tá à ń kojú sínú igbó pẹ̀lú tá à ń rí láàrin àwa pẹ̀lú àwọn àgbẹ̀ so ẹ dákun gẹ́gẹ́ bí irú kọ́mítì ìpàdé tí wọ́n ṣe yẹn táwa náà bá ń bà nù rẹ̀ a máa rí nǹkan táwa náà máa sọ pẹ̀lú táwa náà máa rí so salamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, Babangida. A jẹ́ pé a ti fi òtélé gbogbo nǹkan tí a fẹ́ sọ. I think by this program that we have, our next should be that the rapporteur should come up with a communique, and then they should just give us a briefing to that. And after that, we're going to have the vote of thanks, and then we're going to call it a day. So please permit me to welcome the rapporteurs, please, for a summary, just a very, very brief, if you like, executive summary of what you have done. Please put your hands together for these rapporteurs. They've done greatly well.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm going to cut to the chase because I couldn't have imagined that we would stay this long here. I know that we are all pressed for time, so I'm going to do without all the preambles. This is a draft communique after this one-day summit. Observations. I'm just going to go straight to observations. The summit observed that the relationship between farmers and herders had not always been volatile, but unfortunately the atmosphere is now wrought with recurring displacement, loss of lives, food insecurity, and social fragmentation. While recent responses have focused largely on legislation, law alone cannot secure peace. Only good governance is the decisive factor in building sustainable peace between farmers and herders. The summit observes that there are models to choose from in resolving peculiar situations from the ample examples that could be drawn from across the world. It observes that if nature is dynamic and evolving, we as a people must also not remain static. Summit observes that all Nigerians have the inalienable right to trade and exist anywhere in Nigeria, especially in Oyo State. It observes that there is still room for amendments to the Oyo State grazing law in case those who have studied it or tested it think so. Open grazing is a menace that needs to be curtailed. Climate change could have contributed more to increase migratory rate of herders. Porous borders allow non-Nigerian marauders to pose as herders and cause havoc on our farms. Lack of the presence of legal and judicial tools in remote areas allow marauding to fester. Herdsmen are sometimes proxies of people in power. Enforcement mechanism of grazing. Okay, now we now move to recommendations. Enforcement of the anti-open grazing law without any modicum of bias. Summit recommends the adoption of arbitration and increased involvement of traditional rulers and stakeholders in conflict resolution. Summit recommends an adoption of new design and layout for livestock rearing and ranching. It also recommends strengthening of the integrated land administration systems. Recommends reinforcement of state police for effective and efficient law application. Recommends establishment of special laws. Recommends a stronger interagency coordination to prevent policy fragmentation. Recommends involving civil-based societies on the board of Oyrlea. Recommends decentralization of Oyrlea into zones for effectiveness. Recommends review of the aspect of the law. Recommends that government should make land accessible to farmers to encourage ranching. Recommends investment of more public awareness programs. Recommends that government should set up committees to investigate cases of herders versus farmers clash to get to the root of their incessant clashes. That ends the recommendations made as I captured it. It's a draft. If there are people here who observe that there are aspects that are not captured, we can still capture them here. It's not cast in stone. Otherwise, hold on. Okay. Honorable Commissioner. As a matter of fact, all your presentations are in the different aspects. And so that's why you didn't hear me mention it. I just went to recommendations from the second papers down. Because we are short of time, it's included in the entire document that will likely be that will be published. Okay.
Hello. Okay.
Where you said farmers be given land for ranching, son, that part, you need to read it again. Because I believe it is herders that require to be given land for ranching. Look over, as you were reading it, I heard you. Stop you then. That aspect. Towards the latter part.
Okay.
You've seen it. Read it again, please.
Government should make land accessible to herders to encourage ranching.
Of it. Okay, thank
herders.
you.
Bro, government should encourage pasture growing or pasture hub.
Okay.
Investors can plant pastures, then sell to herders or cattle breed.
All right, thank you. So I think with that,
all right, now that will be affected. I will lift it from the aspects concerning your entire paper. I have a summary of your entire paper in a different segment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed for making it very direct. And so at this juncture, we take the vote of thanks, and that's to be taken by the Chief of Staff to the Chairperson of the Oyo State Rule of Law Enforcement Authority, And that's the person of Madam I.E. Akimbode Esquire. Please celebrate and encourage her.
Good evening, everybody. I want to, on behalf of my principal, Honorable Justice A.A. Aderemi, fellow IDRI, retired, who is the chairperson of Oyo State Rule of Law Enforcement Authority, the management and staff of the authority. I want to say thank you for everyone that has been part of this program from the beginning to the end. We appreciate you. We appreciate the governor of Oyo State for his giving time out of no time to come and honor us. It's a big honor to have him in our midst. We are so appreciative. We want to thank the deputy governor and my lords. We want to thank my Lord Justice T.M. Abdul Ganiu. You are welcome, sir. My Lord Justice Oyediran, my Lord Justice Ojekunle, you have been a wealth of wisdom unto us. We appreciate you. And the Commissioner for Agric, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Well, I love the paper you presented. I hope that the government can make use of it. It will go a long way in helping our society. So, most importantly, I want to thank my enforcement team. They are the front liners of Oyrlea. They are beautiful, committed, and dedicated to this work. I appreciate you all. God bless us. I wish us a Merry Christmas in advance and a Happy New Year. God bless us all in Jesus' name. Amen.
What a wonderful way to end this program. Thank God we are landing well. And I want to say congratulations to the entire team. Also, this is where we wrap it up. And we're going to take the anthems in the order, or your state anthem first this time, and then we'll cap it up with the national anthem of Nigeria. If you're excited, shall we stand up while we take the Oyo State anthem and then the national anthem. Mr. DJ, Oyo State anthem. Should we sing it with our mouth? Aṣíwájú ni wá, aṣíwájú ni wá, aṣíwájú ni wá, aṣíwájú ni wá, ipò aṣíwájú l'Ẹlẹ́dùmarè fún wa nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́. Ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣe gírí, ọmọ Ọ̀yọ́ ká tẹpá wa mọ́ṣẹ́. Ká bára wa sọ̀rọ̀, ká sòdodo, ká ṣohun tó tọ́ tó dára nígbà gbogbo, níbi gbogbo fún ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́. Kò ní rẹ̀yìn o, lójú mi kò ní rẹ̀yìn o. Kò ní rẹ̀yìn o, nígbà tèmi kò ní rẹ̀yìn o. Èmi aṣohun tó tọ́ tó dára nígbà gbogbo, níbi gbogbo fún ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́. Aṣíwájú ni wá, aṣíwájú ni wá, aṣíwájú ni wá, aṣíwájú ni wá. The Nigerian anthem.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
God bless you. Thank you very much. It's done. God bless you.